It's
Yeah,
because
well,
of that, but.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, around the camp, brought to you by our friends at NASCAR. This college football update brought to you at the speed of NASCAR.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com is how you get the tickets to the Geico 500 weekend. Friday, April 21st, starts the big one on the Boulevard. Doubleheader Saturday. Cole Swindell also in concert in the infield. And then Sunday, the Geico 500 rolls out. You can be part of it and enhance your race weekend experience by adding that Talladega Garage experience presented by Coolray. Reserve your spot. See all of that at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Four-star offensive lineman Mason Short picks Alabama. He's from the state of Georgia over a couple of other schools for 2025, 65302. So pick up for Alabama there. LSU gets a in-state five-star place kicker. Now they rank the stars a little differently. They have a kicking service that rates them, but a five-star place kicker, Aaron Burrell, picks LSU from Bossier City right there. Coach Ken, remember him, Navy head coach?
Yeah.
He's now an offensive analyst or an analyst with UCLA out there in L.A. At one point, he was going to be mentioned for that job, wasn't he?
No, BYU.
BYU?
Yeah, I never heard him in the interesting thing here is when you watch Chip Kelly's offense, you know, how many different looks he's got at running the football. So I think bringing in a guy that ran the wishbone is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I kind of thought it's an interesting pairing, the way Chip Kelly still runs the football. Non-conventionally, I guess, is the way you would put it. You do wonder what kind of wrinkles Coach Ken might throw in there for them.
Nika Imalieva at Tennessee gets more rave reviews after another scrimmage over the weekend for the Volunteers from Josh Heupel. Carson Beck leading the way at Georgia right now. No decision from Kirby Smart, but Smart said Beck commanded the offense, knows it inside and out, communicates well, and gets us into the right situations. And then later, when asked what he was looking for in a quarterback, he says, I'm looking for a guy who is in command of the offense, knows it inside and out, communicates well, and gets us into good situations. Almost repeated himself.
Stetson Bennett. He's looking for another Stetson Bennett.
Looking for another Stetson Bennett. Michigan's Blake Corum in their spring game Saturday. Michigan is already wrapping up spring. He was a coach, but he's on pace to be ready to go for fall camp coming off that torn meniscus and MCL sprain that ended his year last year. What do you expect of Blake Corum this year? It's going to be hard to match the numbers from last year, right?
Yeah, but Blake Corum was really good 2 years ago. I mean, Blake Corum's a hell of a running back, and the offense that Harbaugh likes to run, it's physical downhill. So I think Corum is, and you know, in today's sports medicine, typically come back stronger. I think Corum's going to be great again this year.
It's kind of weird when you're doing the Walter Camp team and mention him as the first teamer along with Judkins. I'm like, my gosh, Blake Corum's been playing football a long time. That guy's carried a lot of footballs for them.
Nebraska did a scrimmage. Our buddy Matt Rule loving his quarterback room. Casey Thompson not going through drills. Jeff Sims, one of the names he called out, from former Georgia Tech quarterback. And redshirt freshman Richard Torres, he specifically says, when Richard's in there, we do a lot of different things offensively.
You know, I want to say it was against Clemson, but I'm not 100% on that. One of the first times I saw Jeff Sims, I remember thinking, this guy's got a really good upside for Georgia Tech.
I think it was Clemson Labor Day night, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And they just never could tap into it. Jeff Collins' squad couldn't.
And five-star tight end Deuce Robinson, who picked USC over Georgia and Alabama last week. Lincoln Riley says, if he goes high enough in the Major League Baseball draft, I never expect him to play football. That they expect him to be a Major League Baseball player if his draft number is the right spot. National championship game in basketball, 8:20 on CBS tonight. Maybe we're watching it together, but regardless, we'll be here with you tomorrow, all of us together, at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
One of the great secrets from college football has been broken. We'll get into that over the next 4 hours. Hang around for that. We'll talk a little bit about legacies, the Masters this week, getting due respect, a ton of stuff to come up with. But, of course, we start with the national championship game last night. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar and Tyler, Lunsford and Forrester. Taylor Korn is handling everything social media right there in Next Round Live as we get going on this Tuesday. After why do we tip this? I don't want to sound like the old guy, but
it's awful.
It did seem like a little late tip. Why are we doing this at 8:20?
Especially when it's a crappy game. I mean, if it's going to be a crappy game, at least tip it so I can get to bed at a decent time.
We were sitting there talking. I mean, can you imagine? And this was my old argument or problem with Monday Night Football when they used to tip so late.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
I mean, if you're on the East Coast and you're not getting done till midnight. I mean, I don't even know what time we watched it at Walk-Ons, one of our sponsors last night. Me and Dunaway and Lil T, and I don't know, we got home 11 o'clock maybe.
Yeah, it was. It's a late. I don't know. You know, college sports is sold on this Monday Night Championship model for their two biggest championships, and I guess the ratings bear it out. I mean, TV executives aren't idiots, right? I mean, see, there's a reason it's on Monday night. That reason is CBS and ESPN. If CBS and ESPN said we want it on Sunday night or Saturday night or Friday night, that's where these games would be. But college football plays on a Monday night and college basketball plays on a Monday night because that's where TV wants it. And these guys aren't idiots. So I'm assuming the numbers bear that out. But the fans do nothing but complain about it being on Monday night. Nobody likes it.
But here's the thing. There's really nobody does anything on Monday night. And if we go back, and I know we'll get into these ratings that I don't believe for Iowa and South Carolina. I mean, again, we all watched it. I get that. But, I mean, the numbers.
You pick a crazy place to draw conspiracy lines.
The places you draw lines. Yeah. You don't believe the ratings numbers for the women's game.
9.9 million?
Yeah.
Lance, again, how many women's games have you ever watched?
Maybe 2 or 3.
How many do you think I've watched?
One of them was Friday and one of them was Sunday.
Yeah, how many do you think I've watched?
1.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just this studio.
Yeah, but
this small cross-section of America.
I guarantee you nobody in there watched it. Maybe
Lunsford did.
Did you, Lunsford? He had to have been at the theater. There was new stuff dropping.
He watched it.
He did.
Maybe I stand corrected. Okay, my point was going to be, though, they tipped that one earlier. It was Friday night. People have options on Friday night. Why can't we tip this earlier on a Monday night?
Well,
People are going to find it if they want to see it.
That's my point. Prime time for me has always been 7 o'clock, right? Yep. 7 Central, 8 o'clock Eastern.
Right there with you.
Why don't we just go at, let's go 7:20. Give them 7:30. Give Chuck and them some time to talk for 30 minutes leading in. We'll drop in for the national anthem. Some people will be on the court for it. Some people won't. I don't care. Just play the national anthem. Tip this thing at 7:30. Here we go. Right?
Yeah, no, I'm with you 100% on that. I know it is the old man argument, and I feel worse for the East Coast. I mean, it's a 9:20 tip for them.
Those poor kids in stores, it didn't tip to 9:20.
They could barely celebrate.
They couldn't break anything until after midnight.
Yeah, well, that's what happened, is they drank all day, and by the time that game was over, it was just mass destruction.
Well, listen, and just real quickly on that, if it has never made sense that you tear up your own city that you live in after you win a championship, it would be a hell of a lot more entertaining if the kids from stores went to San Diego and tore up San Diego. Yeah. If that was the tradition, right? That you had a busload of kids from stores who would go to the team you just beat and tear up their city, like the Auburn tradition of rolling Toomer's Corner. A hell of a lot more fun if Auburn students would go roll trees in Tuscaloosa after
probably be
right?
some fisticuffs.
I was going to say, you're going to have some confrontation.
I know, but it would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, but it's a little different with the Toomer's Corners. Auburn is not tearing something. I don't understand why you destroy your own campus, though, if you're in stores.
Well, I'll tell you the worst thing about last night is that number was 7.5. And so I continued to wait to get checked when that thing got to 20 in the second half. And then they whittled it down to 5 just to play with you and tease you. And then Jordan Hawkins immediately hits a 3, and I'm stuck there for the entire game.
Okay, let's poll the audience here, Rockstar and Brownie. Lance, who had San Diego State in the lock.
Okay.
All right.
So you were laying 7.5. Catching 7.5.
At
right?
one point, he said something to someone at walk-ons. If San Diego State wins this game, blank. Rockstar, what do you think Lance said?
It's not can't be his testicle because you're in debt twice, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that second one. I know I got one of them.
I don't know.
He said to a bartender, your guess, Brown.
If San Diego State wins this game,
Yep. And to the bartender, he says, if San Diego State wins this game, blank.
It was a 12-point game at this point, and then they went on like a 7-0 run to cut it
Yeah,
5.
It was the most exciting the bar was
It
at the
really
time.
was.
you can cut my head off.
No, it was close.
Normally
I'll buy
he'll let you
drinks
cut
for
him.
everybody.
Yeah.
And it wasn't everybody. He said, if San Diego State wins this game, I want you to put 5 shots of Jägermeister in front of me. I'm going to do every one of them.
Now, what would that do to you, Lance?
I mean, I would have slept well.
In a hospital bed?
Well, the only reason I brought this up is Jason, the bartender there. He was making some Vegas bombs, which is Jägermeister and Red Bull for some guys on the other end of the bar. And I'm like, damn, it's a little late for a Vegas bomb. But if they can come back and pull this off, you can line up 5 for me and I'll knock it out.
And like he said, at that very moment, it went from, I think, 12 to 6. It's like, stop bucket.
It was
Stop
crazy.
bucket. He was like, yeah.
And Taylor was the one really getting excited because she was going to film that thing.
Yeah, content, baby. Content for little
I would have
T.
been a little more scratchy today, but
I mean, seriously, the only thing, and this is a kind of a sad admission, I guess, the only thing that kept me engaged in that game was seeing how Jim Nantz signed off.
And see, I missed that.
I did too.
I had to go back and watch it on
It was
replay.
pretty cheesy, but I mean, I knew it would be.
Wait
with
a
Nantz.
second. Jim Nantz said something cheesy.
I know. I knew it would be. I just wanted to see it, though.
I'm here for his cheese.
I
man.
like Nantz. I don't dislike
too.
him. But I'm just saying, I knew it would be cheesy. I just wanted to see how he would do it. And I didn't know.
UConn try, but you won't succeed to deny them this championship.
No, I mean,
he was signing off from him doing the Final Four. That was his last Final
at
Four.
the very end.
Yeah.
And, you know, his has always been hello, friends.
Yeah.
And he ended Brown with,
He ended with, "You're all my friends," or something like that. Thank you for being a friend.
Thanks for being my friend.
Thanks for being my friends.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird because he's still doing the Masters in the NFL. It's not like he's retiring
Yeah.
forever. Yeah.
it's not like he's doing Lou Gehrig's farewell speech.
It wasn't the luckiest man alive.
I missed the national anthem audio-wise. Bob says last night's
Rough.
national anthem would not have made the cut in LT's basement. So Caroline would have done a better version is what they're
Hey,
saying.
that is so funny because
Rough-
I was
rough
getting
as a
texts.
cob.
Yeah, see, we really couldn't
was
hear
it?
because we were in the bar.
Astronaut.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
it's my buddy Ryan.
Is it a great American hero? Is she about to be
Yeah, they're about to sling her out in space.
I mean, we're about to send someone around the moon.
Yeah.
First female ever to orbit the moon.
My buddy Ryan said it must have sounded a lot different in her ears in space. When she was all did.
Well,
All right, let's run through it one more time.
She did those chords in zero gravity.
Well, if they don't make it around the moon, she'll still get an invite to the White House, right?
Yeah. Don't do the whole show in one segment.
No, but that was the only thing that locked me into this game was to see how Nantz would wrap it up, and it was just as cheesy as I thought it would be. But I like Jim Nantz, and
Damn,
I
you
wanted
should
to
have
see.
set an alarm then.
I wanted to see. I should have
Yeah.
because the game put me to sleep. Boring basketball game. One of the worst national championship
I
games
would
of my
agree.
lifetime.
All right,
There was
Brett.
zero interest in that game.
Brown's Hot Takes today brought to you by our friends at Wayne, celebrating 50 years of being champions at what they do. That's in pest service for your home, also termite services. They now have the unbelievable lawn care service and the mosquito services there. And you can save $50 off all those services, whether you're a new customer or an existing customer. As you celebrate 50 years with our friends at Wayne's, get more details by going to the website, callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1. Use the promo code TNR, stands for the next round, TNR. That promo code will get you $50 off the mosquito services, $50 off the lawn care. Stack them, save $100. And again, new and existing customers, so fabulous at what they do. They've been taking care of neighborhoods, your neighborhood, for 50 years now, not just in the Birmingham area, but all over the SEC footprint. TNR is the promo code, and that works in Chattanooga. It works in Huntsville. It works in Memphis. It doesn't matter where you are. You put that promo code in, TNR, callwaynes.com. Save the money. Even if you're an existing customer, why not save the money? TNR, callwaynes.com, 866-WAYNES-1. UConn, we buried the lead. UConn wins the national championship 76-59 over San Diego State. They win all 6 games by 13 or more points in the tournament. They trailed 55 seconds in the second half the entire tournament.
Wow.
Less than a minute in the second half the entire tournament.
That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, it is one of the most dominant runs. I mean, you look at 96 Kentucky, they won their games by 21.5 points. Villanova, just back in 2016 by 20 points. Carolina, 2009 by 20 points. This team by 20 points.
So, but do we like dominant teams?
Not in this tournament.
As a
big picture
nation.
thought. I do think, Brown, there's a little bit of you want dominance, and then once you have dominance, you want to watch them be torn down.
Yeah.
So I think people really do like dynasties, so that you can then cheer against the dynasty. Like you like the rise to being a dynasty, and then you want to watch them be torn down. A dominant performance in a tournament like this, I don't know if we all appreciate that as much, because it makes for a boring contest in all of these games, it seems.
Yeah,
like.
I mean, it depends, because I was thinking about this morning, because as I've already said, I mean, it was just hard to get engaged in this game. But I started thinking, when UNLV ran Duke out of the building in, was that 89 or 90, Lance? 90, right? When UNLV ran Duke
90.
out, 90. I remember watching that and just being able to appreciate UNLV and like, my gosh, how dominant this team is.
Yeah.
And they were fun to watch, and they played a fun style of basketball.
But then what happened in 91?
Well, Duke came back and upset them in the semifinals.
But it was such a
Fixed.
big build-up, right?
Lance said it was fixed.
It was
Yeah,
fixed.
that and women's ratings.
Yeah.
But see, that's my point. You appreciated it in 1990, but in 1991, everybody's like,
No.
they're going to beat them. They're going to beat them.
No, you're absolutely right.
It's like the South Carolina women the other night with 42 straight, and everybody's like, oh, Iowa's going to beat them. UConn women, when they're on there, they're going to beat them.
I don't disagree. The upset of UNLV by Duke was much more entertaining than the domination of UNLV over Duke. I don't disagree with that at all, but I do remember watching that 1990 final and thinking, it's fun because UNLV is fun to watch. This wasn't even that dominant, but these teams they're not fun to watch. And I guess we don't have a star player. I don't know what it is and I'm only speaking for me, but I just couldn't get engaged in that game last night. I could not. I tried, man. I had it on TV. I tried, but I couldn't get engaged.
Yeah, because you likely knew the outcome.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, so that was one of the reasons why. What's one of your 10 commandments in sports? Good coaches win.
Great coaches cover.
UConn also covered every
trust me.
single game of this tournament.
Every one of them.
I had a guaranteed at Lance's lock, and 15-15 going into the last night, so I needed last night. I made I get a little bullish sometimes, and I played San Diego State. So of my 16 losses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 were UConn losses.
Yep.
Going against them.
Wow.
I have to.
You never believed, did you?
I had a special going at Fade Dunaway too, and if I didn't go 2-0 last night, you get the rest of my plays all summer for free. And I had UConn giving the points and the under.
You had the under,
and
which
it slightly went over at the end. Some trash baskets.
Yeah,
at
somebody
the end.
That's what
Texted me.
happens, man.
So there you go, free Fade Dunaway the rest of the summer there. All my plays, all my baseball plays, and XFL, USFL championships for free.
You two are just giving it away at this point.
Yeah, giving away the winners, Brown. That's all I'm
my
doing.
gosh.
Yeah, all you paid was juice with me last night. But UConn wins it, and it is one of those tournaments that we'll talk about later on, just the tournament as a whole. But when you start talking about championships, this UConn team had it offensively. San Diego State didn't have it offensively. They went 11. They missed 14 straight shots. I think it was 11 minutes of game time.
It was.
Without scoring.
Well,
they missed 14 straight shots.
In a national championship game. This was not a second-round upset. This was a national championship game where a team could not hit 14 consecutive shots, Lance.
Well, they got good looks at the beginning, and they're up 10-6, and after going up 10-6 is when the 11-minute drought hit. And I think UConn took it to heart that people were talking about San Diego State can win this with defense. UConn's defense was the dominant side, and we kind of talked about it yesterday. They don't get enough credit. San Diego State is offensively challenged at times. We saw it last night, 10 bench points. Their leading scorer, Matt Bradley, didn't show up again. He finally showed up in the semifinals against Florida Atlantic, but outside of that, he had 5 back games.
It was because of UConn's defense. Forrester, just on the fly, or Rockstar, can you go to the Next Round Twitter feed? And all of you folks should go follow us on Twitter. We picked somewhere back in January or February, we picked 6 teams that we thought could win the national championship. And one of us picked UConn because of their defense.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Jim. If you look for Jim.
Lance, is it you or is it
Rockstar,
Brown?
no, Rockstar. If you look for Jim.
Yeah, my last 2 out of my did I have 5 or 6 that I picked?
You had, here it is, the NCAA Tournament Champions
Oh,
prediction.
Scott had it.
Wow, look at
Yeah,
that.
look at that.
I mean, maybe, Scott, if you could dig up and find that. I mean, just, I don't know if you were handed it this morning.
Such fast work, Scott.
Yeah.
Way to go. Alabama, Kansas, Houston, we all had them. LT was in on Purdue, Brownie and I on UCLA. Little Virginia, it was the basketball guys, not lacrosse. UConn for me, look at there, slid right in
How
there.
about that?
I only had 2 teams that lost in the first round there.
But it was their defense,
So-
LT, is why I thought UConn was in the mix there. And it was so crazy that they held every one of their opponents, not from three-point land, from the field, shooting under 35%. And San Diego State, who just wore Alabama out on contested shots when we were up in Louisville, Brownie, 1 of 11 last night was San Diego State in contested shots.
Yeah.
1 of 11.
And they shot 32% for the game, again, under the 35% threshold that you talk about. Shooting 32% for the game, that is their second worst field goal percentage of the year. They played 39 games this year. Not a good time to show up in the national championship game for your second worst shooting night of the year.
I will say to your pick, in every Ken Pom update I did, periodically, UConn was in it. I mean, they were never outside that Ken Pom window. And they were the only Final Four team in there. So to keep the streak alive, old Ken Pomeroy needed UConn to win it. And lo and behold, they did.
Well, there's a new thing that I've learned. Just because you lose 6 of 8 in the middle of the season doesn't mean you can't win a national championship. That kept me away from UConn. It really did.
I meant to bring this up to you because you have always fought, not always, but you like the last 10 game.
I do, yeah. I like teams that are hot coming in.
That's right, because you want that to be used as a criteria by the selection committee, and I think you probably use it in the way you pick.
I mean, there's a lot to it, yeah.
And I think it was Jay Billis was being interviewed and was asked, or either he was answering questions on TikTok. It's on TikTok, I know it's going to shock you guys. And
do you sleep anymore, or you just don't TikTok?
Did you check the box so the Chinese could have all your information?
Do you know what? I mean, you know what I was watching a lot of during the game last night? TikTok. But anyway, so he was answering questions, and somebody asked him why they don't use the last 10 in. He goes, I'm glad you asked that. He goes, the selection committee tracked it for several years, and they found absolutely zero correlation to how well or poorly you played in the 10 games prior to the tournament and then how you actually performed in the tournament. Now, I know UConn's losing streak was not in the last 10 games.
That's right.
But I'm just saying stuff like that, like you said you learned that lesson, and we all have to learn these lessons. Anymore, you can just about kick out a lot of the stuff you see in the regular season. I mean, what about San Diego State in the regular season told you they would be in that game last night?
Yeah, and Bobby's right about 2019 Auburn. Remember, I think it was a loss at Georgia, and they may have been 7-5 in the league. And then they didn't lose again until Virginia.
Yeah, it's just weird. I mean, it's weird how that tournament works. There's just really no correlation a lot of times to what you do. Now, I will say again, I share that Ken Pom stat, and it puts another year. So that's one I believe in now.
Well, I will tell you this.
We got another year under the belt for Ken Pom.
Okay, so maybe Ken Pom is the only one that's going to be in the mix, but there is no rhyme or reason to this tournament anymore when you don't have a top 2 seed in the Elite 8 for the first time in history. And Brian Dutcher talked about it after the game that you don't necessarily have to have NIL. You get the right transfers out of this portal, and I know you're going to get to some big names that have entered the portal again.
Yep.
This tournament is going to be chaos every single year.
Chaos. Let's do a little business here. Post-game comments today being brought to you up fast and furious like the NASCAR cars will be doing over at Talladega later this month.
And you can go see them yourself, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA, or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It is the Geico 500 weekend, and it starts Friday, April 21st, with a big one on the Boulevard, a doubleheader of racing Saturday, Cole Swindell in the infield concert Saturday, and then Sunday, April 23rd is the Geico 500. Guarantee your spot in the 2023 Geico 500 weekend by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or visiting TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. And make sure you enhance your race weekend by adding Talladega Garage Experience Passes presented by Cool Raid is the most immersive in all of NASCAR. See it all at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
So the man who is now king, he is Dan Hurley, and this is the UConn coach after cutting down the net last night.
Obviously, dream come true for all of us. As a part of the program, we sold the vision, so it feels great to come through on promises made by me to all this, the great people of Connecticut. And then with these guys, this was our vision. This was our dream. This is what we talked about when we recruited these guys, that we could get together and do something big like this. And it's just great to come through on promises made to players and to this university.
Yeah, so, 5 titles now. We'll talk about their place in college basketball. Since 1999, they've got 5 titles from different coaches here. But they, at one point, were the best team in the country. They dipped, and they came back, and they end up being the best team in the country. Worthy champion, in my opinion, in UConn. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. You heard, a lot of experts. You heard Reese Davis say yesterday he had UConn playing for the national championship against Alabama, and if he could have changed it 2 games in, he would have had UConn winning it. Wendell Green was on the show, Sweet 16, and I said it at that point, too. I believed UConn was the best team left, and they were going to win the national championship. I just can't believe I slept on them before the
I really can't either because, again, I put so much emphasis in that KenPom stat. And they met every single metric.
Didn't Kansas meet their metrics too?
Yeah. Several did. But I'm just saying UConn was there all year long, and I just never bought into them. I never believed in them, Lance.
I overvalued Kansas because I had Kansas beating UConn.
Here is one more stat, Brown, I want you to remember. Put it in your little notebook over there because you do a good job of saving stuff.
Yeah. By the way, UConn also in that Week 6 AP poll that you have to be in. They checked all the boxes.
So add this to that list of things that you're doing the criteria. That is now 8 straight years that the team that has won the national championship is rated higher in adjusted offensive efficiency than they are defensive efficiency. We put a lot of stock on.
And that's KenPom?
That's according to KenPom. 8 straight years now, better offensive team than defensive team. Because I personally think what happens is those teams that are moving in the tournament are all pretty good defensive teams. So being able to score points against really good defensive teams, I think, becomes at a premium. 8 straight years now that a team is better in adjusted offense than they are adjusted defense. Offense still has to win the game. Defense wins championships, I understand that. But when everybody's defensive game steps up, you got to be able to score points. San Diego State couldn't score. They couldn't score.
Well, look, transfer portal, what it's doing to the 2 money sports right now. And you can even throw women's basketball in, what Kim Mulkey was able to do with the new roster at LSU. Go back to football. TCU wasn't ranked before the season. They play for the national championship. UConn, not ranked before the season. They win a national championship. So it's going to be really hard not only predicting, what a season's going to play out like, but once you even get to the postseason.
Do you know?
Different world.
To your stat right there, Dunaway, do you know how many teams in the top 40 defensive rankings were better in offense than they were in defense? It's not many. Florida Atlantic was.
Final 14.
Yeah, Final 14. Memphis was, who lost to Florida Atlantic, oddly.
It could have very easily been Memphis in the Final Four, I guess.
Arizona was, but they got knocked out early. But, in the old KenPom qualifier that I went top 25 defense, only one. It was UConn. They were the only one.
The only one.
Yep.
How about that? All right. A lot to get to. One more thing this segment after I tell you about our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg Nelson, his beautiful wife there. They run the company. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. We had rain yesterday. Maybe now you're looking up in some of your upstairs rooms and you're starting to see, God, is that a brown spot on our ceiling? What's happening here? Water leakage. It could be a windstorm recently. It loosened up a shingle. Maybe it bent a shingle. You may have a little leakage rolling in up there. You need to get that roof checked out if you haven't since a major storm blew through your area. Get it checked out easily and free. A free no-cost roof inspection from Greg Nelson, 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. Listen, you want to keep that number on standby in case you ever need a roof inspection again, in case you need roof repairs, maybe you want a new roof, maybe you have storm damage. He'll help you through all that. He's local. He's not going anywhere. He's got a house full of kids, and he does great work because he wants to keep getting reoccurring business with you folks. So he's not going anywhere, so that means he's got to do a good job for you because later on he wants you to tell your neighbor or maybe you have to do work with him again down the road. That's the way he builds his business, on reputation. Greg from Pell City, right there on Facebook. You can look him up, Greg from Pell City, or call this number, 205-542-3531 for storm restoration roofing. Clay Travis, Namari Burnett with us later in the show in hour 2 and hour 4 of the show. One other thing I wanted to get to here is the way too early top 25. We do this in football. We've got it in basketball. In fact, NH3425 just threw it up on the screen. So with that in mind, I want you to think where you think some of these teams will be next year, and we'll get to that in our next segment. Way too early top 25.
So hard.
It is. And my point, Brown, is how do you even do this?
I know.
When there's so many people in the portal and people are transferring and stuff, you really go by coaches' reputations. We'll talk about that when we come back right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title. We can't wait to have you for the USFL. Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town. Touchdown, Birmingham! Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing Shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Back with you on the Next Round. Okay, a couple of things here. We've got Jeff Borzella's way too early top 25, but we also have Bet Online's betting odds for national championship. We'll get into both of those here.
What's impossible? You don't even know. I don't even know who's playing for any of these teams. I mean, the transfer portal's loaded. Guys can still go to the NBA. I don't even see how you do this.
Brent, I'm just trying to feed the machine this morning.
I'm glad we're doing it. I'm just saying it is an impossible exercise, at least in football. I know a guy can't go to the NFL until he's been out of high school 3 years.
I'll be perfectly honest with you, okay? back in our old show, back when we were in terrestrial radio, when all we decided by really ratings that I don't believe LT believes in.
What's more accurate, radio ratings or the women's basketball ratings, Lance?
Maybe the women's basketball.
So in our old, we just assumed that people listened to us mostly in August, September, October, November, right?
Yeah, they missed the good stuff
for
when they do
football
that.
season,
They
right?
missed the good stuff.
That's what the ratings told us. More people were listening only during football season. You pointed out the other day that we had such a big February and March here on our platform on real numbers, hard listeners, that I feel like now I've got to feed the beast some basketball.
Show. That's right.
I've got to feed a little bit more basketball into the mouth of the dragon here,
That's
Brown.
right. And Rockstar in the round table, the next round lounge. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
18 months in, and I'm still making that mistake.
Yeah, it's the Rockstar Lounge.
The
Is what we
Rockstar
call it now.
Lounge,
That's coming up on Friday.
Yes.
So you tell us about Dr. B. Is that coffee?
No.
Okay, I was about to say.
No.
He's so insulted. You think I'm drinking coffee?
New coffee sponsor starting soon. It's all brought to you by our friends Dr. B.
Yeah, again, when I started to go a little thin up top, I asked around everybody, said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to go see. Unfortunately, it happens to a lot of us. Saw a guy walking down the street yesterday, looked like he was in his late 20s. He was getting real thin. I didn't know whether or not to tap him on the shoulder and tell him about Dr. B. Is that a little too forward?
Probably. I've never met you in my life.
But he might not know.
Well, he might not know.
And this is a preemptive strike. I could save his hair for him. Dr. B could save his hair. I could have been like the Vine for that. Anyway.
I'm Hair Man. I'm here to save your hair.
The number you need to call.
Not you.
205-319-0316. 205-319-0316. These guys could have told me a couple of years ago. I would have saved a little bit more, but it's growing back. It's already 14% thicker.
Attaboy.
T3hair.net. Want to remind you, though, Dr. B offers the Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, call for that free consultation, 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Okay, let's go betting odds first. Which, LT, how do you even do this, betting odds for next year's national champion?
I mean, it's a roll of the dice. It's something to put out there. It's something to get, clicks. It
and
does
it's very
generate
limited what you can bet on this.
Yeah,
right?
and these numbers, I think, are going to be a little more inflated just because nobody's going to want to play futures because you can't figure this stuff out.
Exactly, LT, because Bet Online, 11-1 is your betting favorite. That's pretty big odds, right, to be a betting favorite?
I am going to guess that they go UConn just because they are your national champion.
Kentucky with the greatest recruiting class of all time.
Had them number 2.
11
number
1.
2 too.
Then you get Duke and Purdue at 12-1.
Not buying into Duke. Never buying into Purdue.
UConn 14-1. Kansas and Marquette 16-1. Creighton 18-1. Arizona and UCLA 20-1. North Carolina, Houston, Alabama 22-1.
Man, one of my teams hasn't even been mentioned yet.
I've got all 5 of mine are in there.
Arkansas and Texas 25-1.
There you go. I had Texas. Now another one hasn't been mentioned.
Tennessee 28-1.
Yeah.
Texas A&M 50-1.
I think I'm going to get the top 5.
Auburn 55-1.
Okay.
This is your only SEC now. Missouri 75-1. Florida 100-1. Mississippi State and Oklahoma, yes, they're in. 150-1. Vandy 200-1. Ole Miss and UAB, not in the SEC, 300-1. 400-1 is Georgia and South Carolina, and 500-1 is LSU's men. LSU's men.
Yeah, they were not very good.
Hey, so go back to the 60-1 range because that's what UConn was before the season.
I skipped over that because that was not an SEC team. We got way down there at 60-1.
But anyway, 60-1 won it this year.
Okay, so on the flip side of that, a more traditional way too early top 25 from Jeff Borzello.
I can give you the top 5.
Okay, go ahead.
I think they're going to be lazy and go UConn 1.
UConn is number 1.
Yeah. Well, what
Sunogo's going to come back.
Sunogo's coming back.
Well, Sunogo, now Hawkins is going to be gone. Hawkins is going to be probably a lottery guy. But Sunogo, the interesting thing for him is he's 6'9", so he's undersized for a center, but he's got range now. So he'll play in the NBA. But I think his stock goes up if he stays because I think he's going to get better handle. He's going to get more range. So I think he's going to play more of the 3 or the 4, but he needs to refine that a little bit. So I think he comes back. That's big.
Yeah, I love how we have faith in Dan Hurley, who I don't think had ever won an NCAA tournament game until this year. But I mean, you're going to put some faith in Dan
and
Hurley.
I don't believe that.
Put a pin in it real quick. Brooks over in our.
Hey, this is true. This is a trend and/or an angle.
Is this? Wait a second. Is this a new sponsored chat room yet? Can we make that announcement yet? No, not yet.
No.
Brooks. History says Purdue wins it all next year. Last 1 seed to lose to a 16 won the title next year.
You cannot argue that.
That is 100%. Yep. It has never not been true.
It has never not been true.
Yeah, it has never not been true.
I mean, put that in Kim Palm's pipe and smoke it. Huh?
Not believing it, though. My number 2 is going to be based on what they've got coming in, the number 1 recruiting class, and one of the best ever, according to the sources out there, Kentucky at number 2.
You're incorrect. Kentucky is at number 4.
I've got Kansas at 3.
Kansas is not in the top 5.
Oh, no. I've got them number 1. I went heavy blue.
And then I've got UCLA and Duke. I think Jalen Wilson's going to come back for Kansas.
Jeff Borzello, ESPN's way too early. Top 25. UConn, Marquette, Duke, Kentucky. Stop while I clear my throat. Wasn't there a song once, Let Me Clear My Throat?
Yeah, I think it was Elvis.
FAU.
I've got them 5th.
Oh, come on.
Lance, they bring everybody back.
You
Rank
think?
them, you cowards.
You think?
Well, I mean, hell, do you know anything else about any of these other teams?
Well, all I know, if I would be tampering if I worked for one of these universities.
I would too.
Yeah. I'm going to pluck a couple of those kids for some money, especially if I'm Miami. You're losing Isaiah Wong for sure. I mean, if you give Nigel Pack $800,000, that dude's not going to run out of money.
I mean, that is a great point. I mean, how much money do you save on just moving costs if you're NIL Miami and just pay FAU to move across the street?
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll get you a better condo.
Yeah, I mean,
get you one with an ocean view.
2 men in a truck, real easy there. Just boom, boom, 1 day service there.
I just went all blue bloods in mine, man. I went a heavy blue blood top 5.
Who are yours?
Kansas number 1.
Yep.
Kentucky number 2. Mm-hmm. UCLA number 3. Mm-hmm. Blue blood Duke number 4. Mm-hmm. Florida Atlantic, the new blue blood number 5. Yeah. How can you not rank them? They got everybody coming back, Lance.
If everybody does come back.
If everybody come,
you save your blue blood condensation for condensation for later on.
So if everybody comes,
you should have let me go through all my condos to see how many I would get.
Condi rice. If everybody comes back. Would you put Florida Atlantic in your top 5, top 10?
I would not. Probably top 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alabama, way too early, top 25, number 11.
Again, I mean,
name me 4 people on that team right now.
Who's on that roster?
Name me 4 people on that team right now. Arkansas, 12.
Is the guy that does all the celebrations when they get introduced, is he back? You know, the kid that does the high five or the pat down or whatever, is he back? That's a key addition.
Brown, I don't know if you'll check our NDA. You're not supposed to use the word pat down.
Oh, sorry.
Texas A&M 17.
Yep.
Texas SEC team 18. Tennessee 23. Auburn just misses the way too early top 25 from Jeff Borzello there. Our friends at the Field of 68 has Alabama 14th. You know what they say about Nate Oates?
What?
Total roster makeover, but we trust Nate Oates. That's what the Field of 68 guys said.
Hey, when we had Andy on, was it yesterday? Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he say he expects 75% roster turnover? Was that right?
Well, that's what on his roster.
Yeah,
because he had 6 seniors.
Yeah, his point was they're at 50% just with guys that can't come back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think this is the new norm, at least 50%.
Well, I agree. I mean, I think it's unrealistic to think Florida Atlantic won't lose somebody, right? I mean, come on. You've got guys
The transfer talent.
No, I mean, there's no doubt, Dunaway. That's my point. It's money.
The transfer portal is more chaotic than what you get in free agency in any sport.
Yeah.
Oh, it is absolutely crazy. LT's got some real thoughts on television ratings here in just a second after I tell you about the fine folks at the University of Montevallo, where I learned about television ratings back in the 80s, but they apparently have changed in Lance's world. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, think about Montevallo. Wonderful campus life. But as a parent, the first thing I want to talk about is cost of attendance. And Montevallo's got a great price point. Check that out at montevallo.edu. Ask some questions. See what you're getting for that price point at other schools and what you get at Montevallo. They got small class sizes, which is going to help your son or daughter academically so they can reach their goals. They've got 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Maybe your child would like to continue playing their high school sport in college. The opportunities there at the University of Montevallo. Also, great theater department, great music department, multi-million-dollar theater building just built in the last couple of years. Business school just remodeled. Broadcasting school. So much to find out about at Montevallo. Check it out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu, and schedule an in-person tour. 9.9 million people watched the women's basketball national championship between LSU and Iowa. Now, it's gotten a lot of play on social media after that for the Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark discussion. But the eyeballs that watched it, if you believe them, Lance, is $9.9 million. I want you to listen to Brown read off some stuff, and I'll add a couple of more to it, that 9.9 million people puts this in the conversation of.
9.9 million people is more people than have watched any of the Major League Baseball or NBA postseason games last year, except for the World Series and the championship. So anything leading up to the World Series and championship, that was a bigger audience than the NBA or Major League Baseball got.
So Eastern and Western Conference Finals.
Not that big.
And National League CS, American League CS ratings not as big as the Sunday afternoon. My God, what a benefit it was on ABC in primetime. Sunday afternoon women's basketball national championship.
I thought somehow we had a report of 5.5 million.
That was Friday night.
That's Friday night.
That was Friday night.
Yeah.
On ESPN.
Yeah.
Not on ABC.
This is LSU, Iowa.
Oh, see, I saw that wrong.
Yeah, this is LSU, Iowa.
Yeah, I only watched a fraction of that game. I watched a lot more Friday night.
I did too. I did too.
Well, your fraction helped it peak at 12.3 million people, which was the peak of the audience, but it averaged 9.9 million, more than any baseball or NBA playoff game except for the finals or the World Series.
Okay, well, if I'm reading this right, the Masters last year, the final round.
Yep.
10.1 million.
Yep.
So virtually the same as the final round of the Masters.
Within a million people.
I find that hard to believe, but I could be wrong.
A couple of more, LT, for you here, just to put this into context. Let me find. Oh, here it is, right here.
Other sheet.
Other sheet, Jim. That exceeds any NHL broadcast since 1972. I don't know what the hell happened in 1972 in hockey. Maybe it was the first ever one. Maybe they played it.
Since 1972, there has not been a single NHL game played on TV that had more viewers than that.
That encompasses the entire career of Wayne Gretzky.
Are you including Stanley Cup in this?
Not one NHL broadcast.
Was it 94 when the Rangers won it?
Yes.
I find that hard to believe. Let me ask you this, Don. Wait, so your Lightning won it again last year, right?
Yeah, nobody watched that.
Didn't they?
No, we didn't win it last year. We won it the two previous years.
Did the Avalanche win it last year?
Whoever beat the
I
Lightning.
think you're proving his point.
Anyway, I was going to say Game 6. I was just wondering if that thing wrapped in 6 games because they only had 5.8 million for the final game of the Stanley Cup.
That's right. So virtually double that. Watch the women. Wait for it now.
Wait for it.
Remember when NASCAR was a money machine? Higher than any NASCAR race since the 2017 Daytona 500. So all the Daytona 500s since 2017, this beat. And the most shocking of all, because what rules American sports, Brown?
Football.
What part of football? It's
the fun part.
Yes, Brown. The NFL.
The NFL, Jim. The National Football League.
Is the golden goose of television ratings.
It doesn't get any better.
The women's game beat 9 Thursday night football primetime NFL games this past year.
No way.
9 of them.
Not believing it.
9 of them.
Well, the Amazon numbers, that's all Amazon, right?
Yeah.
Did it be? Yeah.
How good was Alabama-Tennessee football
Those
this year?
drink good too, Brownie.
How good was Alabama-Tennessee?
I think it was 12 million people. I think
it
Alabama
was 11.5, but I'm just saying, so we're that close?
As Bruce Feldman points out, more people watch the Sunday afternoon women's games than this year's Orange Bowl, and wait for it, this year's Sugar Bowl. Brandon, who played in this year's Sugar Bowl?
Well, that'd be Alabama and Kansas State. Now,
which led into
let me ask
the
you
two national championship playoff games.
To be fair, though, what was on TV Sunday afternoon? I mean, it had a stage unto itself.
But it was Sunday afternoon.
I get it.
In the spring.
I get it.
In America.
I get it. But I'm just saying, it did have a stage to itself.
So I know Caitlin Clark is a pull.
That's where the draw was.
Yeah, but how come the WNBA ratings are non-existent?
Because it's boring. There's no draw. I'm not sitting here, LT, and I'm not going to say this is a great momentum movement for women's sports or women's athletic. That is being written
I'm
by
not
a
saying
lot
that
of people.
either. I'm blown away by the number.
But much like, and I don't have the number. See if you can find it real quick.
Which one?
When Mia Hamm and the great 99ers of the women's soccer team
Well, I had the hockey number.
Played China.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, Japan. Some other team.
Was that
not the US.
1999?
1999 at the
Women's
Rose Bowl.
World Cup?
Yes. Rose Bowl game where Brandy Chastain takes off the jersey after she wins on the penalty kick.
Was that your screensaver back then?
Oh, it
Oh, I
was.
loved it. I was in
moment.
tears. I melted.
I had
newsroom.
the Chinese women that day.
Commie.
Yeah. So that rating, I think, was pretty darn big.
I think 13.5 million, if
Yeah.
I've got this right. 13.5, the sixth most, at the time, the sixth most watched soccer telecast ever.
So that was supposed to be a jump-off point for women's sports in America, and of course, it dipped back down.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, 11.4. I had that wrong. 11.4.
What we're learning is that people will tune in for moments,
Yeah.
right? And that's the same way with men's sports, women's sports, Olympic sports, any sport. If it's a big storyline or a big moment, we'll tune in and watch it, and that's what happened on Sunday. There was the right place, right time.
By the way,
Another
1970,
NDA thing we're not supposed to say.
right, 1972, Boston Bruins and Rangers played for the Stanley Cup. That's why the number was so big.
In 72?
In 72.
Probably on network TV.
Yeah, CBS, 10.93 million.
Now, what did Lake Placid, the semifinal game with
Well, it was on tape delay. But I bet it was a big rating.
But I guarantee you, that and the moon landing, right? The moon landing is always the go.
Let me ask you this, back on the tape delayed stuff like that, how many people got word?
Oh, we listened to it on the radio.
Okay.
Back in the day, there was this thing called radio, and I remember sitting in the car before I went into a Thompson. I want to say it was a Thompson basketball game.
Wasn't it a Sunday? Am I right about that?
It was a weekend.
Yeah, I think it was a Saturday or a Friday, Brown.
Okay.
I was walking into a Thompson High School basketball game, and then
Which imaginary friend was with you?
it was Pete. Petey loved him some basketball. Oh, Petey.
Did James Sr. go crazy that day?
They had a new thing out. It was peanut M&Ms, and Petey loved him some peanut M&Ms.
I need 2 bags, Paul. Petey wants some.
Did James Sr. ever take a roadie into a high school game?
Yeah. We didn't have Yetis back then. You just put them in your coat pocket and carried them in. We brown bagged it back in the day.
You know what I don't like is that new, it's not called a Johnson. What's the big thing? Stanley.
All the teenage girls, including my daughter, has one.
Everybody's got one. That's the biggest thing I've ever seen.
My daughter, my wife, fits perfectly into your cup holder. Though.
Yeah, but it's big.
Show being brought to you in part today by our friends right there at Hemphill. Tell us about Hemphill. They'll bring you another lock a little bit later on today. Probably some baseball from LT a little bit later on. Maybe an NBA game.
Yeah, we'll have some baseball. We'll have some NBA. NBA dark last night, respectful of the NCAA championship game. But our friends at Hemphill Services offering a $69 HVAC tune-up. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Call 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Andrew says he was at the Floribama watching the LSU-Iowa women's game this past weekend. He says, I wasn't one of them watching, but a bunch of LSU and Iowa people were there at the Floribama watching it. Right there on the line watching the national championship. All right, we roll on. No, John. 5.5 million viewers was the Friday night game. Yep. 9.9 million was the national championship game on Sunday. Those are the numbers there. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Bobby, a guy who in 1774 would have signed up to lead a revolution, I believe.
Bobby's right on number one point.
He says, despite what Angel Reese thinks, 9.6 million of the 9.9 million watched the game to see Caitlin Clark. I thought I brought that up, but I agree with him on that. She was the draw. She was why 5.5 million people watched on Friday night, because it was 42-game win streak. South Carolina, the dominant team everyone thought was going to win it all, double-digit favorites. And Caitlin Clark, the Larry Bird of this storyline, trying to take down the dominant team. He says, I did not see a single Thursday night NFL game. I'm anti-Bezos. It was on Amazon streaming. I will tell you, I watched 2 Thursday night NFL games last year.
I watched every one of them.
I watched a lot of them. Maybe not start to finish. I mean, they weren't all great games, but Miami played in one of them, the one Tua got hurt in. I watched that one.
I think the Bucks played in one, and I watched that one. And I watched the first one, whoever played in the first one.
Damn.
And I just didn't.
So that's all you watched, huh?
The matchups were.
It wasn't Bezos, though.
No, it wasn't. I'm not anti-Bezos.
Well, I wonder what Bobby and Jay Price do to get packages delivered. I mean, those damn Amazon vans are everywhere, 24/7.
Well, I mean, but the college game has shied away from Thursday night, so much so that the NFL is about the only good product left on Thursday night.
Yeah.
And listen, this year wasn't great. They didn't have They didn't have great games. They had some really stinkers.
And we've mentioned this before, but I am anti Thursday night NFL football.
Oh, I am too, but it is a reality, so I have to at least embrace it.
I wish they would ditch it.
I agree completely.
And just do
Sunday and Monday.
Yeah,
Sunday,
just
Monday.
give us. I have no problem with that, and you guys know I love the NFL.
Oh, I do too.
One quality college football game every Thursday.
And we would get that, I think, Lance, if the NFL would go back, and they're never going to do this, but if they went back to Sunday, Monday, we would get one quality college football game each week.
Or I could even take a 6:30 and then a 9:30 West Coast game on Thursday.
Well, and what they should do is it should be like a really good non-SEC Big Ten early game, and then a really good Pac-12 game. That should be your Thursday night slate.
I love how you're like, the SEC Big Ten ain't playing.
Yeah, no, you keep those on the real day.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not fair. It's not fair to the fan bases, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not. Now, the Big Ten, I mean, they'll do it for that first Thursday night, but no, the Big Ten's played a lot of Friday night games. For some reason, they have embraced Friday night.
On the Big Ten Network.
Yeah, I guess high school football obviously is not as big in some of the Big Ten states as it is in the Southeast. You can't get away with that in the Southeast.
Gutter Cap bringing you the show today. Gutter Cap, you can't get away not having great gutters on your house. It'll cause tremendous damage.
Yeah, cap it, don't snap it. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 823-2212. Absolutely free estimate. You don't want to clean out those dirty gutters. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum panel. Fits over most existing gutters. It's got a lifetime warranty. You will never have to clean the gutters again. Call 823-2212. Don't get the dangerous ladder out. Cap it, don't snap it. For more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Just to go full circle, I do have the men's ratings, not for last night. Those won't come out till later today, but for the Saturday games to compare them to what we were just talking about with the Sunday game. So, again, the Sunday championship game for the ladies got 9.1 million.
9.9.
I've got it at 9.1.
Oh, they're already adjusting it down, LT.
I don't know. I got it at 9.1.
Pare it back. Okay.
Florida Atlantic San Diego State drew in 11.8 million people.
The men win again.
And Miami UConn, 12.8 million people.
Yeah.
That's actually down, though, for Miami UConn. That's the late game. It normally does better regardless of the matchup.
The year before that had Duke and North Carolina.
Yeah, it's not bad,
Do
right?
you think
Huge number.
Last night's matchup would have gotten more with Florida Atlantic?
I don't know. I mean, so you're saying it's just a Cinderella story because of the name on the jersey?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe marginally. And we still haven't seen the number. I mean, the number may be better than I think. I don't think it's going to be good because it was a boring game.
Yeah, but Brown's point, if you were sitting there thinking the women's number was going to beat the men's number, that's not the case, though. Closer than it's
probably ever been.
Closer than it's ever been. All right, when we come back, Clay Travis delayed until 10:30 Central Time, midway through the next hour. When we come back, though, Hugh Freeze trying to pick up the flag that we've been waving on this show for 13 years now. As this show, and even Brownie and I and LT and his other partners, before we were all together, we all believed that this should happen. Hugh Freeze has put him down. Check. He believes in this as well on the show that's being brought to you by the great folks at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy right there. Bud Light, official beer of the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Back with you on the Next Round as we get ready for another hour here. Clay Travis in 30. Namari Burnett joins us at 12 noon Central Time today. The one-time Alabama basketball player, now a member of the Michigan Wolverines. We'll talk to him about his decision on Michigan and what happened in the NCAA tournament and everything else that's out there. But a handful of interesting portal guys to talk about, and we'll hear more from Dan Hurley, the national champions, right after LT tells us about the great folks at Slice if you're looking for a great lunch location today.
Yeah, local pizza, local ingredients, created by my late really good friend Jeff Bajaya. His brothers Jason and Chris continued the legacy. It's just an incredible concept. 4 locations, the original in Lakeview. There's one in Vestavia. There's one in Montevallo. There's one now in Crestline Park. From the great specialty pizzas, Brown's favorite, the Soul Pie.
Love it.
Dunaway's favorite, the Hot Mama. I could go back and forth. Spicy Hawaiian, Bajaya Special, Wing and a Prayer. They're all so good. The barbecue with the brisket or with the chicken. For more information, you can always go online for lunch or dinner. A great place to go. Go to slicebirmingham.com.
True or not, do you think you could build a national champion just with portal players?
I do.
I mean, I think you could build a team talented enough, but I think chemistry would be super, super tricky. I mean, you got a bunch of guys
that's the one thing you worry about.
Yeah, I mean, you drop a bunch of guys on campus together in August? They don't know each other. They're having to learn each other's.
If you'll give me 5 minutes, I will build you a team.
No, I mean, I think talent-wise, absolutely you could, Dunaway, but
well, let me just throw some recent guys into the portal.
But just real quick though, can I make an example?
Yes.
Let's assume, for whatever reason, this show, Lance and I decide we're going to retire. We've made enough money here at Double Down Media, we're going to retire. And you want to do another show, and you went out and picked who are thought to be the 2 best show hosts in America. Do you think you'd have chemistry with them?
I do, because I am pretty good at fitting my skill set to other people's greatness. I am always.
Let me ask Rockstar.
I'm just a moon. I'm just a moon. I'm not a planet. I'm here only to pull you guys like the gravitational pull back and forth, the tides.
Facilitate, right.
I'm basically the tides.
Rockstar, do you think Dunaway would work well? Okay.
No,
Rockstar did not even let me finish the question.
I'm saying not just you, everybody.
No, it would take
impossible.
It would take me 2 weeks to get used to 2 new hosts.
How long did it take if you get used to Lance and I?
2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Got it.
All right. So there you go, Jim. All right.
Well, you try to get me fired 2 months after.
And we're back.
The problem would be is finding 2 people as good as you two. It's not going to be me fitting with those 2 people.
Yeah.
It's you two that makes us, in Rockstar, that makes us so great.
Right.
I just basically.
You're the point guard.
I'm the guy who distributes the ball.
Yeah.
I'm not Caitlin Clark.
Bounce pass. Bounce pass. Yeah. I like it, Jim.
I'm Javon Quinterly.
Mm-hmm.
Good Javon Quinterly.
Yeah.
Not the one you guys hate sometimes.
Not the one that keeps driving the lane against San Diego State. You're the one that did everything else, right?
That's right. That's right. Not the one that gets blocked at the rim, the one that makes the bucket at the rim or hits a big 3 or whatever.
Yeah.
Hunter Dickinson went in a couple of days ago.
All right, so is he on your team, Lance?
Probably. I'm working. I've got a couple of bigs, so it's going to be. I can go 7 deep on this, and I think I can win a national championship.
So what's more of an outrageous statement? That I could build chemistry quickly with two men off the street who could co-host this show? Not to the greatness that I do, or that LT could take 7 people out of the portal and win a national championship.
More ridiculous that you think you could take 2 guys to keep going. But, I mean...
Because honestly, I think I could get 7 out of the portal, and I'll let Nick Saban coach them.
It's so easy to win a national championship.
We are like brothers, the three of us. Like brothers. We have grown up together, and you still get so...
my
you
point.
still get so frustrated with us sometimes. I'll look over, and you're doing this.
Oh, I would have a lot more grace for them. Because I know that,
why?
Because I wouldn't have had 13 years to mold them.
He did a hell of a job molding them.
It's taken me 13 years to drag you guys to this point. I've literally lost all my hair to get you to this point.
All right, so Hunter Dickinson.
Yeah, he's on.
All right, he's on.
Max Abrams of Oral Roberts. Some people called him an All-American this year.
Max Abmas.
Yeah, what did I say? Abrams?
Yeah.
The kid can score with the best of them. So, yes, he would definitely be on. The guy can shoot the eyes out of it, too.
Does he shoot a lot like Mike Davis's kid, or is he just a good player?
He shoots a lot, but I think his percentages are better.
Okay.
Listen, hey, a guy who I would love to see playing basketball in this state somewhere. From Baylor, L.J. Cryer. 15 points a game, 41% from deep down behind the arc. Tell me, does anybody shoot threes in this state?
Fit in, either SEC team in this state that fit right in the lineup, wouldn't it?
Tyler Perry.
Medea coming to my team.
Medea has left North Texas, likely going to follow his coach to Texas Tech, but you don't know.
But the dude can score, man. Tyler Perry, I mean, he's a heck of a scorer. You saw that in the NIT championship game there.
And funny, no matter what outfit he wears.
Yeah. I gotcha.
Yeah. Just some of the recent guys into the portal there.
I'm just missing one off my team, and I'm good to go.
But here's the deal, man. Like what Lance is doing over there. If you're John Ruiz at Miami, do you think he could pull this off? I mean, I wonder if you could convince all these guys, come to Miami. We'll do it like the Heat did. We're going to build a super team. We're going to be the college version of the Miami Heat. You guys, when y'all were kids, you grew up watching Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, and LeBron be the super team in Miami. We're going to do that on the collegiate level. I got all the money. Every one of y'all is going to make money. I got all the money. Come play with me. I mean, do you think? I mean, that would be one heck of a test to pick Lance's. I guess he's going to have 5 players. You're going to have 5 players. You're going to have 7 players.
I'm going to have 7.
He's got 7 deep. I mean, what's $7 million to that guy?
We'll find a couple of Dunaways to fill in the gap. 8th, 9th, and 10th man. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what's $7 million to that guy? Do you think each one of those guys $1 million apiece would say, I'm in? We're going to build a super team. I can go make the NIL money I want to make. I can live in Miami. I can get it's a good school. I can get a good education if that matters to me anymore. I don't know how much that's going to matter to most of these guys. And I got a shot at winning a national championship. This would be one heck of an experiment.
Yeah.
If Lance had that kind of money and he's picking these 7 players.
Oh, Lance has that kind of money.
Oh, stop.
$7 million.
Oh, stop. Stop it, LT. Look at how you're dressed today. You're dressed like $1 million.
Yeah, people are asking about this.
I could have gone to Men's Warehouse to get this for all you know.
Somebody asked if Lance is hosting a game show later.
We do have some business pictures to take today.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got confused. Rockstar, I don't know if you heard this in the meeting yesterday, but everybody's like, you need to wear an open collar.
Did you hear that, Rockstar?
I didn't hear that.
I did not hear that either.
I did not hear that.
Lance was the one person in the meeting that heard that. And by the way,
I did send a cocaine joke in our text about an open collar with that movie with a guy who is that Robert De Niro?
Al Pacino.
Al Pacino. Robert De Niro.
I'm bad at that.
How would he say hello to my little friend? How would Robert De Niro say?
I can't do it. De Niro.
I know, it's tough. By the way, my collar is wide open, Lance. I don't know.
I've got an open collar too.
Okay, I missed it. I don't know if I've got a golf shirt though.
Well, you don't have to have one. Just take that jacket off, roll those sleeves up. We're good to go.
This is individual pictures.
Yeah. Well, I think it's going to be one group.
Oh, it's one group shot. It's a group shot today. Then I'm going to regret my short pants. 8 on the inseam today, Rockstar.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I know, Rockstar. You were wondering.
Just for you and my French professor back in college.
Tuesday is April. Golf day?
Yeah. I do have a tee time today. Yeah. Looking forward to that.
Lance, you got that team yet?
I'm almost there. No, I'm just working on my 6th. That's a big deal.
Just give us the starting 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go with the starting 5.
Okay. We can do that.
Or I can move on.
No, we can do that.
All right. Who's your starting five?
Okay, I am going to.
Is it basically just the 4 guys I named? One other dude?
No. Okay.
It's going to be different.
So at my 1, I am going to play Max Amos. He's 6 feet. He's going to play the 1.
At Oral Roberts.
Yeah, alongside, I am going to have L.J. Cryer.
Adam Baylor.
Yeah, now he's so my backcourt is small.
It is a little bit small. What's that, 6 foot and 6'1"?
But I'm going to start 3 guards. Caleb Love out of North Carolina is going to be my 3rd guard at 6'4".
Okay, so that's a little bigger guard.
But Graham Ike, 6'9", he's going to be my 4 out of Wyoming, a kid that averaged 20 and 10.
Okay.
Wow.
And then Hunter Dickinson's going to play my 5. A guy that averaged 18 and 10, he's 7-1. So I got a 7'1", 6'9", 6'4", 6'1", and 6.
So you think you can win the national championship?
Small backcourt. You want Bruce Pearl to coach
I need
that.
a couple of wings. I need to find some wings in the portal, and I'm gold.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would be fascinating if Ruiz down at Miami set out to say, I want a basketball national championship before I die, for whatever reason, if he wanted that. And he started throwing cash around. Could he build a starting 5 like that?
Man, I got scores, though. And I got guys that can shoot it.
That's a good team.
Jerry Jones will be standing outside the pearly gates going, get in line behind me, buddy. I want one more Super Bowl before I go in.
I've spent like this my whole life.
All right. Here, last night, UConn did win a national championship. It seems like a lot faster than LT put his list together.
Wow.
76-59.
I said 5 minutes. Was it more than 5 minutes?
Over San Diego State, 76-59. Here is Dan Hurley after this, talking about what UConn has done as a program now.
Yeah, we propped up in recruiting those 4 national championship trophies in front of these kids, and we had nothing to do with that. And, and then we removed them about 18 months ago when we started feeling like we had put something together that could make a run at getting a 5th. So we removed those and put them and got them out of our offices and said, we don't want any trophies in here until we've got our own. And it's just when you're at a place like that, it's a little bit empty until you feel like you could join the club. I feel like now we've held up our end of the bargain that the women's team's been carrying for so long, since forever, and it seems like. And now, obviously, Coach Calhoun, Kevin Ollie, Gino, it feels good to accomplish what they've done.
Yep, and another national championship for UConn. They now have 5, and we'll talk about their blue blood status and get Brown's blood boiling on that a little bit later in the show. But let's turn to Auburn football, which will do a spring game coming up this weekend, and a little comment from Hugh Freeze and a thought from Hugh Freeze from yesterday, brought to you by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Redmont Distilling. They are the fine folks who bring you the great Redmont and Vulcan Gin as well. Charles Barkley's company, they had a big weekend out in Houston promoting that product out in the state of Texas.
Yeah, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Also, don't forget about the Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin that Dunaway mentioned. Ask for them by name. Available in 22 states right now.
Okay, first, Hugh Freeze about the A-Day game, 1 o'clock this Saturday at Jordan-Hare Stadium. He is encouraging Auburn fans to come, obviously, to sort of support the team and what he's trying to do. But he does want to give you a little bit of a disclaimer, having been on the job only about 5 months now.
I want to prepare the Auburn family that we're going to do the best we can to hopefully give them those that choose to come, and I hope many will come. But we're going to give them a game that day that I hope that they can enjoy, but yet understand, gosh, we don't really know who we are offensively right now. And that's probably the way I want it to be perceived by most, because we're a new staff, and one of the advantages that we might have coming into a season is there's nothing really on tape of what this new staff is exactly like.
I mean, you just, all the Hugh Freeze we played, God bless the guy. I mean, it makes it sound like he has taken over a high school football team that has just been moved to the SEC. And they're like, hey, I know it's a high school football roster, but we're going to want you to go win some SEC games this year. I mean, every time he talks, it's like.
But that's a smart play, man.
No, he has undersold this from the beginning, and he's probably being truthful. I don't think this is coach speak. I think this is true talk from you, Freeze.
See, I do too. But he also, I mean, there's little X's and O's there. That's a great point. You're not going to see crap that is meaningful schemes or anything because he has the first look advantage. And pull up their schedule, Brownie.
Who, Auburn?
Yeah, he's got Philip Montgomery as the OC paired with him, and he's got his own offensive influence. Quarterback may or may not be on campus yet. Don't know what that new offensive line's totally going to look like. How are they going to be? The receiver, blah, 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 blah. They have a lot of advantages that they haven't been together as a staff, and they may not look exactly like Ole Miss in 2015.
Well, you wanted the schedule. I mean, they got 3 games to get this right, which is good news for Auburn because they're going to need it in all likelihood.
Yeah, and you wonder how many quarterbacks they'll play in those 3 games.
I don't know, but because all the quarterbacks may not be on the campus right now, Lance. I mean, to your point there.
And you could be saving a lot of your main stuff for week 4.
UMass, week 1 at Jordan-Hare, at Cal, which Cal's no good. Weird road trip, but, I mean, you're going to be a better football team than Cal. I think even Auburn in a poor state is going to be a better football team than Cal. Sanford at home. I mean, that was a good Sanford team last year. Could score a lot of points. That's probably more stress on your defense than anything.
Yeah, Michael Hires is back at quarterback.
Yeah. But you got to have it right by then because after that, at Texas A&M, hosting Georgia, bye week, at LSU, hosting Ole Miss. I mean, that next 4 right there is a tough stretch of football for you.
Yeah, those 3, by the way, before you get to Ole Miss will likely start the preseason top 25. Those other 3, by the time Auburn plays them, all will be in the top 15.
I got to see who A&M gets. I mean, I trust you on Georgia and LSU. I don't disagree with you on that. A&M before them plays New Mexico at Miami and ULM. So, I mean, I don't know that Miami game. They could have easily lost this year.
Yeah.
I don't know what to expect from Miami, but A&M will be favored to win all those games, so they should be 3-0.
Yeah.
When Auburn plays them, should be 3-0 versus 3-0.
But on a schedule, your point is he can ease his way into this. Now, what Hugh brought up yesterday as well, and I really have always wanted to do this, is that if a school chooses to do so, they would not be mandated to do so. But if they choose to do so, they could play a different team in a scrimmage. We used to do this in high school all the time. I don't know if your school did it, or y'all's school did it, but back in the day, we would have a spring jamboree. Sometimes we'd have 3 teams. I never really liked the 3 teams.
You'd only play a half against one.
Yeah, you'd play 3 halves or 3, 6 quarters, whatever you'd end up doing. That is 3 halves, Jim, 6 quarters. And you'd play different schools. I'm for just a preseason game, predetermined. You can even have the touch on the quarterback. You can have no tackling.
So you're saying quarterback not live?
Yeah. I mean, you could do whatever you wanted to do, whatever both coaches agreed on. You could play first quarter with the 1s, second quarter with the 2s, and everyone else in the second half if you wanted to. You do whatever you wanted to do. Just have the agreement with the coach, make it part of the contract. And keep score, not keep score, but I think that would be more interesting bringing in a new opponent and making that part of the spring game. Hugh suggests you donate the money to charity, but we don't even have to do that.
This goes back to, we fought for this on Dunaway and Brown. Lance, when we got together, I think you're open to this idea. Why not make the spring game at least a competitive game? Why not? And even if you want to do versus FCS, we're going to see, I think, less and less FBS versus FCS moving forward. But if Alabama brought in Jacksonville State and Auburn brought in, North Alabama, whoever, right? Why not? I mean, what is there to lose in this?
Well, people would fear injury. I know you can have injuries.
You can get that in a normal spring game.
In a normal spring game. People would view it as a preseason NFL game type, so I don't know how much buzz there would be. I think early on there would be buzz.
More than a normal spring game, I think.
Yeah, probably. But I agree with you. I think more local. I know UAB and Alabama are never going to play, but if you played that spring game, there would be excitement there.
I mean, when we started this is well before Oklahoma was coming to the SEC. I remember saying, why not Alabama, Oklahoma? Why not Auburn, Miami?
Yeah.
Let's play legit games. And I know it's not going to be everybody. And the coaches are going to have to agree, okay, we're going to play our 1s in the first half. We'll play our 2s in the second half. I'm fine with that.
Or ones, twos, and everyone else in the second half.
Whatever you do. And quarterbacks aren't going to be live. I'm not naive enough to think quarterbacks are going to be live. I get all those things, okay, all those things. But it would be more entertaining than what we get. Like, I would
prefer it be Power 5 versus Group of 5. You know, Jack State, part of Conference USA, could play Alabama. Troy, part of the Sun Belt, could play Auburn. You know, South could play UAB or, you know, whatever you wanted to do, or you go across state lines if you want to. Would be an opportunity, especially if we're starting to phase out those games from the regular season, which is coming sooner rather than later.
It is.
So it could be a great way of giving back something to the Group of Fives or the 1AA schools, depending on what states you live in.
And I think there would be TV money with these. There's TV money, I assume. I don't guess ESPN shows the Alabama. It's part of their SEC package.
Right.
But if you gave ESPN, like, okay, Alabama's going to play Jacksonville State.
Yeah, fewer and fewer of these are being broadcast live over the air.
Right.
So many of them have gone just to the streaming platforms on ESPN+, but there'll be a few that'll be broadcast over the air. And I don't know. I think it's a pretty good idea from Hugh Freeze, one we've been talking about for about 15 years now.
Because A-Day starts at 1 Saturday for Auburn, and it's going head-to-head with the Masters, which for me, I'm going to watch the Masters over Auburn A-Day. There's no doubt about that. Now, I'll have the A-Day on the side. I'll DVR and go back and watch some things. But if you told me Auburn was playing a legit opponent, I mean, I still want to watch the Masters, but I'm far more interested. And when Alabama's A-Day rolls around on the 23rd, if you told me they were playing a legit opponent, I would probably make more of an effort to watch that thing live.
Yeah, Scott says as long as they're televised and they're shooting tape, none of these coaches are going to want to show off anything. You're going to keep it, much like in the NFL, you're going to keep it fairly generic anyway. In some of the All-Star games, we do no blitzing even. I think it was the old Hula Bowl that they used to do no blitzing.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
Well, Hula Bowl.
I mean, again, in this plan, the quarterbacks wouldn't be live. I mean, you can blitz all you want, but you better not. I mean, we're going to put you in jail if you touch a quarterback.
Carson says that'd be great for Alabama. Most of their fans graduated from Jack State or Troy.
Hey!
Carson, a little shot across the state line from Mississippi right there. Yeah. All right. When we come back, Clay Travis, part of the next segment in a little bit. Later on, Namari Burnett will join us. I've got the 4 downs today. We'll get to that later in the show. Also, we'll talk about blue blood status and see if we can finally put this to end for UConn or not. And we'll get into a little college football as well. A couple of big stories out there involving some college football programs. All that still to come on the show. NFL free agents still going. We're less than a month away. Todd McShay has a new mock draft out. I think it's his 4.0, so we'll get to that. Still to come on a busy show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. We've been talking about futures in basketball and a lot of other stuff. If you want to play a little baseball, a little NBA today, you can do it with our friends at MyBookie.ag.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. When you sign up now, when you use code next round at MyBookie.ag, what you're going to find is you're eligible for a deposit bonus. That first time, that sign-on bonus right there at MyBookie.ag, it's also going to be up to $2,000. And on top of all that, all you got to do is bet at one time, and it is yours forever. A lot of places are going to try to reel you in with a little sign-on bonus, but what they do not tell you, you got to bet this thing 4 times, 5 times, 10 times for it ever to become yours. I'm just telling you up front right now, they do not do that at MyBookie.ag. Bet it once, it's yours, and yours forever when you use code NEXTROUND. Still a lot to go, even with the basketball behind us. NBA postseason coming up. Major League Baseball getting hot. Weekly UFC fights. Weekly blackjack tournaments. All of that right there at MyBookie.ag. Do not forget code NEXTROUND at sign-up to be eligible for that deposit bonus up to $2,000. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
I am not, I love soccer. I don't watch it all the time, but I get the Athletic Pulse, which is a newsletter, some headlines sent to me in my email every day from the friends at the Athletic. And one of their headlines today, Chelsea is Auburn. I will tell you what they wrote today.
Wow.
Chelsea is Auburn. Chelsea soccer is Auburn football. After LT tells us about our great friends at Odie's.
Tomorrow night, we're going to be out there for Odie's Team Trivia. Make sure you join us a little after 8 o'clock. It'll be Brown. It will be Rocky. It will be Will Haver. It's a great time. Get there a little early. Enjoy some of the incredible food from Rodney Davis, the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, that Diablo sandwich, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Weather's going to be great inside or outside on the patio. Watch a little Major League Baseball, some NBA. Go see Will Haver and that great staff. It's Odie's Tavern, a Birmingham institution right there, Crestline Village.
They write this morning under Chelsea as Auburn. As Americans, we really should use the verb sack more often when describing workplace terminations. There's a verb to the word, a spirit missed by let go or even fired. Chelsea sacked manager Graham Potter over the weekend, a headline that made the blip in the States, but across the Atlantic in Europe was big news. In the UK, they wrote that Potter's downfall and Chelsea's overall chaos is the reason behind the firing. It got us thinking, is there even an apt comparison for that level of drama over here in the U.S.? What high-powered American athletic team embodies chaos, power, wild fluctuations between success or failure, or a metric ton of buyout money? The answer, Auburn football.
Wow.
Think about it. And here's the comparison. Chelsea has paid $42.8 million in manager fees over the last 7 months. That includes Thomas Tuchel's departure buyout, $13 million. Potter's hiring buyout from Brighton, $21.5 million. And Potter has agreed to a lesser buyout to leave Chelsea, though the exact figure remains unknown. Auburn, they say, fired both Gus Malzahn and Brian Harsin within 2 calendar years. The combined buyouts totaled around $37 million. Auburn then paid Liberty's head coach Hugh Freeze $3 million to give Freeze a $39 million contract. Despite all this, Chelsea won the Champions League title in 2021 and finished third in the Premier League last season. Auburn isn't too far off. This is the school that sacked, using the European word, Gene Chizik 1 year after winning a national title. Malzahn won 9 games the year before he got canned too. Expectations are at both places very, very high. So who's the European Hugh Freeze? Don't answer that question, they say. That's from The Athletic today.
Somebody said, Tom says Dallas Cowboys. I don't know what, we don't see as much about buyouts out of NFL coaches' contracts. I don't know. They're not near as steep as college
Jerry
coaches.
is very, very patient with his coaches.
Yeah.
And I think McCarthy last year was down to his final year of his contract, if I remember correctly.
The coaching contracts are way different, I think, in the most of the NFL than in college football.
Wade Phillips was there a while. Jason Garrett was obviously there a while.
Long time,
I thought Dave Campos was there way too long.
Yeah, that's one thing. Jerry has not really jerked coaches around as bad as I think he gets labeled for doing. I think if you listen to the way people describe Jerry Jones, you would think Dallas changes a coach every year, and they really have not done that. He's been pretty loyal, and they haven't had a ton of success lately.
You say that about the Chicago Bears.
What? How quickly they change coaches? Yeah. Well, they do.
I'm trying to think about the Bears. They have been changing coaches a lot, but the NFL, it's not like college. In the NFL, you can be fired after 1 year. We just saw it with the Broncos, right? If you're that bad, you don't have to hang around that long. We'll talk to Clay Travis coming up here in just a second. UConn wins the men's national championship last night. Braves, by the way, Austin Riley, friend of the show, 473-foot home run in St. Louis last night. Acuna had a home run and 3 RBIs. Braves are 3-1. They won that game 8-4. I think this is a great. Beating the Nationals isn't that big a deal. My Rays did it yesterday. Big series for the Braves. Get a little early heat check on how good the Cardinals are going to be.
Yeah, look, and the Braves, as you said, 3-1. They pounded out 11 hits last night. Acuna says he's 100% healthy. That was Austin Riley's longest bomb he's hit in his career. I think the third longest at St. Louis' stadium. And now you've got a Brave making his debut today with Dylan Dodd.
Yeah, Dylan Dodd. Can't wait to see that Braves in action. 6:45 tonight, back out in St. Louis.
All right, Clay Travis, the founder of Outkick. You see him on Fox Sports at Clay Travis on Twitter. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Clay. How are you today?
Doing well. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. It might have been the most boring national championship game of my lifetime in basketball. Last night.
You say in basketball because of Georgia and TCU?
Yeah, Georgia just destroyed TCU. So, as far as national championships games go. But and I know it's the TV networks that dictate it, Clay, but I've yet to find many fans that like Monday night championship games, and we've got them in both football and basketball now.
Yeah, I don't like them. They're also late. I think they've moved up the start a little bit, but I feel thankfully I'm in Central Time Zone. But I can imagine if you're on the East Coast, these post 9 p.m. start times on Monday is not ideal. My kids were all asleep before the game was over. Not that they were, hugely interested one way or the other in UConn, San Diego State, which I think is probably a function of the nation as a whole. And I think this is one of the challenges that you get into with the NCAA tournament in general. It's a wildly entertaining way to crown a champ. It's not the best way to crown a champ, right? It just isn't. And so the upsets make the first couple of rounds of the tournament super exciting. But if the upsets continue, you end up with a lot of brands that people are not that interested to watch. I think that is always the case. People say they want upsets, but what they really want is some upsets and then a lot of big-name teams to advance. They want to see the Dukes, the Kentuckys of the world in the sort of elite signature games because everybody has a pre-existing relationship with those teams, and we didn't get that certainly this year.
It was so boring. I'm going to shift to women's basketball, which I think we've talked about more in the last 2 days.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Than we ever have. But what was more amazing to you, 9.9 million viewers Sunday for LSU Iowa or the Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese back and forth?
Oh, I think this is, first of all, tremendous for women's basketball, right? Where people could have an opinion is so important. You know, people like being in the – I've always said there's no such thing as bad publicity unless you're facing jail time. And by the way, I think Donald Trump would disagree with even that, right? Because I think it's probably helping him, you know, right now, even facing jail time. In fact, I'm watching right now. He's raised $8 million in campaign, finance donations since he got charged with this crime. So, and who knows what today is going to happen. That's why I'm a little bit late today, because we had an editorial meeting I had to call in for associated with today's craziness. But look, everybody has an opinion on the Caitlin Clark and the Angel, what's her last name?
Reese.
That Angel Reese situation. And that's great for women's basketball, because whether your opinion is pro or con, to your point, people are talking about it. And I don't remember anybody ever having a controversial opinion one way or the other about women's basketball, maybe ever. And the fact that both of these women, I think, are returning next year will create some interest. And as you guys well know, the fact that 9.9 million people watch now, this is the first time I think that they've ever put it on ABC. So it's a little bit of apples and oranges, right? Because prior to this, it was always on ESPN, if I'm not mistaken. So they were going to get a natural bump, I think, in general, based on the fact that was going on. But Caitlin Clark, let's start with her, is a really fun basketball player to watch. She's a point guard, distributes the ball well, plays a lot like, if I had to analogize her to someone, plays a lot like Steph Curry, right? She could pull up from anywhere on the court. She plays with a little bit of swagger. She, I don't think, has an incredibly talented team, but her ability to distribute the basketball and stretch the floor allowed Iowa to get into the Final Four, pull off the huge upset over South Carolina, and then play against LSU. And then Angel Reese is, again, I hope I'm getting her name right, because, again, I'm not an expert on women's basketball. Really talented, attractive, charismatic player as well. And then you toss in Kim Mulkey and the ridiculous outfits that she wears on the sideline, right? I mean, those outfits are impossible not to ignore. And I just think it was kind of a recipe for people to really pay a lot of attention. And then the taunting at the end of the game, to me, was something that, frankly, if I had I've coached Little League basketball. If I had a player doing that, I would pull him off the court, right? At the end of a game or the end of a tournament, we were winning. I would pull him off the court. And I understand people say, oh, well, she's responding to what Caitlin Clark did. And that obviously has fed into an entire cottage industry now of people not even reacting to what the girls did. It's a reaction to what people said about what the girls did, right? Which is how far down the rabbit hole we've gone. Which is kind of what social media is, right? At some point, the story shifts from what actually happened to what did people say about what happened. And then people argue over that too, and it just kind of compounds the amount of attention that is going to occur, right? I've it's not going to shock you guys. I've found myself in these stories before, right? Where, for instance, I say the only two things I believe in on CNN is the First Amendment and boobs. And pretty quickly it moves from what I said to arguing about what other people said about what I said, right? And then it just kind of feeds on itself and turns into a bona fide viral sensation. And I think that's certainly what we had here, where we moved very quickly from the girls themselves to analyzing who was saying what, why they were saying that. And the process has continued to play out. I don't know if it's still trending, but I feel like that got more attention than anything that happened in the men's championship game.
And then there's First Lady Jill Biden, a good intention, but just misplaced here, says that she would like to invite Iowa to the White House, along with LSU, who won the championship, because they played such a good game. They lost by 17 points. They did play a great game in beating South Carolina on Friday. But to me, if you're going to invite Iowa too, you might as well bring South Carolina. They'd won 42 straight games, and bring the other Final Four team, Virginia Tech, and just bring all the Final Four, Miss Biden. I don't understand why we're going to invite the loser to the White House.
Well, that's the mom who brings snacks to the game and tells the kids that they played well no matter what happened, right? I think that's probably just a function. I don't know if Jill Biden is much of a sports fan, but, the fact that she was there in the first place. And I think politics probably factors in.
No, do you think Iowa has an important primary? I don't know.
Yeah, well,
the state of Iowa.
Yeah, but I mean, Biden's going to win that going away. I don't think it's about that.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Well,
it's important.
But they are trying to replace and make South Carolina the first primary state, right? So I do think that there may be a little bit of, because it's Iowa, maybe a little bit of trying to bend over in a way that they wouldn't have for another state. But, I saw Angel Reese's response to that, which I agreed with and thought was pretty funny.
She tweeted, it's a joke. Yeah.
Yeah, the goal of the White House visit is for the champion, right? You don't just invite everybody.
Yeah, but I mean, people get invited to the White House every day. I mean, I'm not going to get wound up about it if they invite Iowa. I would invite them on different days. I mean, first of all, there's a little bit of bad blood. If you have them on the same day, this could actually be quite fun, Clay.
Yeah, I saw several people suggest, and I agree. I mean, if you're women's college basketball and you really want to build on this, I think the first game of the women's college basketball season in November or whatever the official start date should be LSU against Iowa. Played in New York City, a neutral site venue, something like that. I think it would get a probably big rating. And not only would it get a big rating, it would get advanced buzz, which is something that is very rare in the women's college basketball discussion.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick founder, also at Clay Travis on Twitter. You see him on Fox Sports as well. Clay, have a fun day, man.
Appreciate you all. Thanks a lot.
All right, see you, Clay, with us on the Johnston RVCenter.com hotline.
I was told by somebody last night, if you are interested in going to that Stallions first game, USFL game down at Protective Stadium, April 15th, you may want to get on that ticket purchase at theusfl.com.
They're thinking about a sellout, maybe?
Just they're expecting a big crowd. Let me put it that way. Big crowd. And you don't want to be buying your tickets at the gate that night.
Okay.
All right.
So get them in advance.
TheUSFL.com, a proud sponsor of the show, April 15th. If you want to be there at Protective Stadium, are we going to hang a banner? Are we going to fly something? I don't know what we're going to do.
I don't know.
But we appreciate them being part of our show. And you don't, traditionally in our town, what they used to call us a walk-up town, right? We were a walk-up town. We wouldn't buy our tickets in advance. We'd try to buy them big events at the gate. And sometimes
it used to be true.
Sometimes you got caught standing in long lines just to purchase your tickets, and then end up getting in there a little late. So if you're wanting to go support the Stallions for the USFL, as we tell you in our commercials all the time, theusfl.com for those Stallions tickets. And again, somebody yesterday said they're expecting a nice little crowd for that opener, something that should be a lot of fun there coming up on April the 15th. Baseball in town tonight. If you're an Auburn fan, Auburn and UAB playing at Region, 6 o'clock. If you're listening to us over in Tuscaloosa, Troy, and Alabama going at 6 o'clock. Rockstar, a few shows or movies that are leaving Netflix this month. Explain to me, is this every month something leaves Netflix, or is it just like April?
It's like there's like a max. People were upset. There's a mass exodus from March on HBO Max. They lost a lot of stuff. People were upset with HBO. I don't know what the hell's going on with Warner Brothers, but yeah, Netflix loses stuff every month. You get it, and then they go to like the Lord of the Rings or the Harry Potter will be on Amazon, but then in 2 months it'll be on Netflix.
So it does move. Usually,
but I think you have to. I don't know if bandwidth. I mean, I'm not one to speak, but if you're bringing new stuff in,
wait a second, Lunsford.
It's contracts and stuff. Like you sign Netflix may sign a contract to say, "Hey, we'll carry X TV show for 4 years."
Well, I care nothing about this now. Was Lance anywhere close to right on the bandwidth?
Yeah, I mean, if you bring in some, you got to get some out, right?
Is that technically an issue? Yes. Is it an issue for these massive companies that have billions of dollars? Probably not.
Okay.
But it technically is.
I just love Lance.
I was in a gray area.
Well, I mean, right now we're uploading stuff to YouTube. Google's having to host that for us, but I mean, Google has unlimited money, so they can host whatever they want to.
Oh, thank you, Google.
Thank you, Google. Shout out Google.
We're so beholden to Google.
New Girl, I watched it for like 2 years with Maggie. It was a Mine and Maggie show with that girl whose name I can't pronounce.
Zooey Deschanel.
Yes. They went 7 seasons. I watched it too, and it felt like the end of season 2. They wrapped the show up. I don't know what happened the last 5 years.
Wasn't she the girl in Elf?
Yes.
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
I think that's moving. New Girl is moving to Hulu.
She was sneaky hot.
I liked her in Elf.
April 9th. April 9th, it leaves pretty
Never saw
quickly.
that show, though.
Leap Year, good little rom-com. Leaves April 30th.
Right.
And one I've never seen, but I think you guys like, Road to Perdition. Leaves April 30th.
It's one of Tom Hanks' best films.
Wasn't crazy about the ending, but a good flick.
I thought the ending was great. Paul Newman, I think it was his favorite or final film.
It was his last film, and then
Jude Law's Nails.
Yeah, Daniel Craig's a good-looking boy.
Now, Paul Newman is good in anything. I mean, he didn't have many bad roles, but as a kind of a mob boss, I thought he was really good.
I thought he was really good, too.
That was such a good role for him.
Yeah, that's one of those movies, if you haven't seen it, it's dark.
Oh, it's dark.
But Tom Hanks plays against type.
Yep, and Paul Newman, as I just said, is fantastic in it.
Yeah.
Have you seen Road to Perdition?
No, I started off by saying I had not seen this one, but I think you guys liked it, Road to Perdition.
Yes.
I think I should watch it before it leaves
you
Netflix.
should.
But I assume Lunsford Rockstar, y'all are telling me it will end up somewhere else if I don't watch it by April 30th.
There's a 90% chance, yes.
Well, I've got the DVD, so.
Because I've got it. You got the DVD.
Yeah.
I know where you keep those.
Yeah.
Thanks to the pandemic.
It's weird.
Well, I do.
You can always buy it on Prime or YouTube and have it forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
It's a waste
guy.
of money.
This guy is.
I bought Cocaine Bear.
You did not.
Oh, yeah, late night. That is a
How much
go-to.
did that cost you?
It was like $25.
Yeah, it's like $25 and you have it forever.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to watch Cocaine
I watched
Bear.
it 4 times. I hate to admit that.
Wow. This guy his house is always so clean and spotless compared to the Dunaway house. The only piece of chaos I've ever seen in LT's life was that closet.
The DVDs?
Where the DVDs were not always in a stack. Sometimes they were just thrown around in that
Well, I've got
closet.
the realtor coming out today, and I can guarantee that's going to be an issue.
They're going to say clean up this room.
Yeah.
Just lock the door. Don't let them look in there.
You'll get some shelving going on in there before it's over with. All right, when we come back, we'll jump back into what's going on in the sports world. I've got 4 downs still to come.
I've got an update on. Have you seen the what? Dunaway is dying. I got an update on the Dodger fan that got smoked out in the outfield. Have you seen this update?
The update coming from Brownie when we come back on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at NASCAR and the Talladega Super Speedway. The big one on the boulevard is back as well.
That's right. It is Friday of race week. In case you don't know when race week is, that is Friday, April 21. You can see more about the big one on the boulevard, biggest party, one of the biggest parties in the world, at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That will be followed by two races, a doubleheader on Saturday, and then the Cole Swindell concert there in the Anfield, and of course, Sunday's Geico 500. Get a part of the 2023 Geico 500 weekend by visiting TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or calling 877-GO-2-DEGA. Ask about enhancing your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray, the most immersive in NASCAR. You'll thank me I sent you there. 877-GO-2-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
We have UAB's spring game happening this Thursday night. Smart move by UAB.
I agree.
6 o'clock Protective Stadium, Thursday night spring game this week. Auburn goes with their A-Day game, their spring game on Saturday at 1 o'clock. Alabama practiced for 2 hours yesterday over in Tuscaloosa in full pads. I will tell you this, the Big Ten and the ACC have announced, according to Brett McMurphy, their media days, July 25th through the 27th in Charlotte for the ACC, July 26th and 27th in Indianapolis for the Big Ten. For the SEC, I think we're July 17th through the 20th up in Nashville, I think is the dates for the SEC, somewhere around there. When we head up to Nashville for SEC Media Days, that is just 104 days away. A couple of other notes before Brown gives us an update on the guy who took a knee at the Dodgers game to propose to his now fiancée. Florida, and we don't get a lot of these announcements anymore, they announced their homecoming opponent. August 7th, around the table here. Who do you think they're playing for homecoming?
You said August 7th?
It's going to be October 7th.
October 7th. Florida for homecoming. Man, it sounds like a conference game.
Yeah, I would go Kentucky.
I'm trying to remember. Did they play South Carolina at home or away this year? I was going to say South Carolina.
Well, you guys bit off a lot. Vanderbilt, the traditional homecoming opponent, I would think. But we don't get a lot of this is going to be the homecoming team. We don't get that announcement as much anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I never really know when Alabama and Auburn are playing their homecoming game.
I really don't know how big homecoming is now.
I would say, though, Vanderbilt probably – nobody's seen more homecoming queens than Vandy. Wouldn't you think in the SEC?
That's right. Little extended half times every time.
Yeah.
Hey, we're going to take an extra 4 minutes because we got to crown the homecoming.
Oh, we're used to it. Don't worry.
We need it. Thanks.
We play these games every week.
We have such a good friend who's a Vanderbilt former Vandy player who listens to our show.
It's okay. He gets it.
E-Rob, we always he understands the jokes.
He knows. He understands.
Oklahoma running back Javante Barnes is supposed to be their starting running back this year. Surprised the Oklahoma media yesterday, showed up at practice full pads, but he had a boot on and a scooter. So some concern about his health.
Well, that's a weird combo, the full pads and the boot and scooter.
I know. Why go to the problem of putting it all on there? David asked the question over there, was curious about Dan Hurley's salary. He just signed a new contract last month for $2.9 million a year through 2027. He did earn $500,000 in bonuses for the championship. Still doesn't seem like much. What do you guys think of that?
Well, it's so weird he did that because I looked up when you played that Dan Hurley bite earlier, just out of curiosity, I looked up what his salary was. Now, remember, I think he was making about $1 million a year at Rhode Island when they hired him away. So he got a really good bump and a really good job at UConn. But that deal gets torn right up and done again. Don't you think?
I do. You know, you got to remember, though, Dan Hurley, to me, this is kind of the outlier year.
Oh, it 100% is, Lance.
I mean, again, he had never won a tournament game in 5 years at UConn.
Yeah, he'd only won a couple at Rhode Island. I shouldn't say only a couple. That's an accomplishment at Rhode Island. He'd won a couple at Rhode Island. He never won one at UConn, so it is an outlier. But when you win a national championship, you got to reward the guy.
But they did that with Kevin Ollie, and it quickly fell apart. I don't think it will with Dan Hurley. I think this guy's going to be around a while. He really seems to have control of the program.
But keep in mind now, UConn is not exactly flush with money. I mean, that's a Big East team. Money is not just, they don't have gold hallways there
like they do in the SEC.
That's right.
In the Big Ten. Brown with an update, and then LT will tell us about Precision Sports, and then I'll let you know what's coming up in the 11 o'clock hour.
All right, so backstory. If you weren't with us last week, we showed you the video. Dude runs out on the field at Dodger Stadium, hits the knee, facing the outfield, and proposes to his wife. Scott is showing you video of that because Scott's the best in the business. Dude his wife's in the stands. He's on the knee. Gets absolutely smoked by security and arrested and hauled off. The fiance said yes.
Yeah. Later on that night, had a picture showing the picture.
Yeah. We had a photo. One more shot of him getting smoked before we give you the update on the story. I would say a predictable update, but one I'm curious as to what everybody feels about it. Boom, gets smoked.
Oh, I know what's coming here.
Scott has the next part of the story today. Stephanie Gutierrez has a GoFundMe up to pay for her wedding.
I didn't see that. I thought that they were going to...
they broke off the engagement?
No, I thought they were going to file a lawsuit against Dodger Stadium.
That's probably in the works.
No, you can't do it. They can't do it. You trespass.
You can.
You say you can't do it.
You're not a dime.
Not a dime.
They could say excessive force.
They've been together for 3 years. Now, I did not know this. They've got a 1-year-old child together, according to her. Ricardo is the guy. So Ricardo and Stephanie now have a GoFundMe up for their $20,000 goal to pay for their wedding.
Guess what? Not one dime.
Not a dime. $613 raised so far.
Yeah.
Since we pulled this thing up.
That doesn't get you a lot in Los Angeles.
Now, how do you feel about
That'll
that?
get you.
You get a cake, maybe.
No, you can't even get a wedding cake. In Birmingham at $613.
Yeah, a cake we brought you for your birthday last week, baby.
$613 may be able to take the wedding party to In-N-Out Burger, and that'll be it.
I mean,
that'll be it.
Boy, this feels really cheap.
Yeah.
I
will tell you,
really cheap.
The big poll question, I forget which service I was reading, had a poll question about that, is security threat should be banned, fullest extent of the law, not that big a deal, let it go, fun, I like to see these things. Which one would you vote?
Well, I mean, I don't know that my choice is actually in there. I don't think he was a security threat.
But you don't know who is when they run onto the field, so I have to act accordingly.
I'm saying I don't think he is. I had no problem with the way law enforcement reacted to this. Because you're right. You got a guy on the field. You don't know what he's doing. In hindsight, you're like, he was asking his fiance to marry him. Yeah, I didn't know that at the time. He could have done anything out there. So I had no problem with him smoking him like that. You got to make an example. You smoke him, you hog tie him, you drag him out, you make an example. If you're thinking about...
You kick him in the ribs on the way out.
If you're thinking, you hit him with a nightstick. If you're thinking about proposing to your wife in the outfield at Dodger Stadium, you need to absorb this video and see what's going to happen to you. Okay?
Well, you're the ultimate romantic if you propose at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah. Hey,
that's in the outfield.
I mean, remind me, because I was, it's years ago, Monica Seles, was she stabbed?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think that guy even left the stand.
No, he just walked down.
Yeah.
And
I think he just had long arms. He had what we would call a wingspan.
Yeah, it is Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah. So I think you have to, I mean, even if he's not going to harm anybody else, if he's going to harm himself in front of all those people, it's bad. It's a bad business plan. You got to treat him like it could be the worst case scenario.
It's less about what he was actually doing and more about the message you're sending to anybody that is pondering running onto the field at Dodger Stadium. Yeah. This is going to be the reception you get from law enforcement.
Patrick says it was the safest place actually for him to propose. If he'd pulled that diamond out in the parking lot, he'd have been hit a lot worse.
Patrick's dead on. No, you pull it out in the pavilion where they were sitting, he would have got knifed.
Tough crowd in the bleachers in L.A. When we come back, blue blood or not, the final discussion on UConn. Brown's going to put on a robe. A judge's robe. He's going to is he going to still be condescending as hell, saying not a blue blood, or will he be pulled over to the side of the people that UConn's the blue blood? It's an old Mike Rada segment. Here come the judge next on TNR, being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports LT.
Yeah, Precision Sports, Medicine and Orthopedic, your favorite provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885, the website, PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder, putting some stuff in the attic. You injured your elbow shooting hoops in the driveway. Maybe you hurt that knee getting off the couch at halftime. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics get your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/2023.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know, as our company continues to grow and expand, it was sort of a proud moment just now.
Oh, wow.
Because the great folks from Shelby Auto Service in Alabaster are here, and they are the sponsor of... Is it Behind the Glass, The Back Room, The Back Row? What's the name of your podcast?
Back Room.
Okay.
The Back Room Podcast. Uh-huh. And to see their title sponsor walk in there and meet the guys for the first time, and to see Forrester and Lunsford jump up to attention and shaking hands and glad talking back there, and Rockstar chiming in as sort of the leader of the pack back there. It was like a
the leader of the pack.
Proud moment.
Hey.
I mean, you guys see us have to deal with sponsors all the time. How was it? Were you nervous? Do you feel like he's signing a long-term contract for the back row?
We everything we've said, everybody simultaneously said grind. It is a grind, but we got to do it.
Hey, so I have not been able to watch the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, I haven't either.
But a lot of people have. It's getting good numbers.
Yeah.
So I understand episode 1 was just kind of stories from just the show, right?
Well, episode 1 was like basically introducing ourselves and saying
Right.
what we plan on doing.
Right. Episode 2 was all about Dunaway.
No,
it was not.
That's what I heard.
Well, you can watch it.
What was it about, though? Just give us Cliff Notes.
It's about the show.
About the show, we talked to Reed about kind of what went into forming all this behind the scenes and
Right.
everything.
Okay.
Oh, so
Okay.
we're jumping the
let's
gun
go
on our.
It wasn't a history of the show. Y'all are never going to do that. So we had
No,
a
that's
little
not
bit of our
true.
own.
We're doing it this summer, Lunsford.
We had a little bit of our own flair.
Place
in it.
that testicle on that table.
Lunsford, I cannot believe you're
I
stealing
know.
episode 2 and you're stealing content.
Yeah, really.
It's from our perspective.
Okay.
Y'all's will be y'all's perspective.
But now I've heard,
if you ever do it,
I've heard that episode number 3 is going to be all about me.
it may.
That's what I've
You
heard.
never know.
That's what I've heard.
Well, I look forward to binge watching that and catching up. It was a proud moment. We almost, if that interaction had lasted a little bit longer, we were going to throw a pizza party in here. We didn't have time to order it from Slice.
You're going to be watching New Girl. You're not going to binge them.
No, I'm looking forward to it because I happened to be up here a little long the last one they were recording with Reed.
And he heard us.
Was it raining outside?
Last one out.
They
What about
they
you?
thought I'd left.
No, I didn't. I knew we had the door wide open. It wasn't like we were having a secret meeting where we were recording it. And Dunaway comes in, leaves, comes back, forgot his keys. About 4 minutes later.
As I'm bad mouthing him, and so Rocky and Reed start laughing, knowing he's by the door.
That, by the way, professional move to come back to get your
Leave
keys
the
when you
keys.
know
That's right.
they're going to say something bad.
Yeah, see, I would rather not hear somebody say something bad
No,
about
I
me.
want to know.
You're not going to
man.
want
I wanna
to
know.
watch episode 4 then.
Well,
I
I
think that's going to be
You
about
can't be mad if you don't know it.
No, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I got a voicemail, and we've always had this discussion.
Yep.
Somebody sent me, like, an audio message by accident yesterday, and I just deleted it.
Oh, you've done that to somebody else. So the same thing you did to Laura Rutledge?
Yeah, but I mean, I sent them back. Did you mean to send me this? And they're like, I have no idea what it is. And I said, well, I'm
So
just
you
going
just
to delete
deleted it? Yeah.
Well, sometimes your phone, like my kid, will touch the phone and it'll send an audio message, but it'll just be
Yeah.
just like 2 seconds of nothing.
Well, one thing Lance is talking about is somebody butt dials you and leaves a voicemail.
Oh, yeah.
You never listen to that. As
I
soon
don't.
as you realize it's a butt dial voicemail,
It's just
you
too
delete.
uncomfortable. You never know what's going on. It's none of my business.
Yeah.
But thanks to our friends at Shelby Auto Service who are sponsoring the guys on the back row, behind the glass, back room, the Back Room podcast, the Shelby Auto Service, wherever you get your podcasts and video here. I'm told that Shelby Auto Service sets the bar high for auto repair and maintenance right there in Alabaster. Shelby Auto Service.
Very good. Yeah.
There you go. Plugged your sponsor.
I can't wait to see the week about me. So when are y'all taping again?
Lunsford?
Whenever y'all want to. Wednesday.
Okay.
Maybe
All right,
Thursday.
I'm looking forward to it. You get it right there on our YouTube channel. Next Round Live.
Yep.
I'm really excited about this next one.
Hey, if you want to be there for it, Brown, I'm more than happy for you to be there for it.
No. I'd rather just watch it.
This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's world famous fried chicken, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch and dinner. Champy'sChicken.com. Great place to go if you're in the area. If you're driving down to the beach or the lake, you can swing by there as well. Just short journey off of the I-65 exit in Alabaster. Great southern fried chicken, all the wonderful sides. The wonderful Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the po' boys, the hand-cut chicken fingers. You get it all with Sterling and his crew right there at Champy'sChicken.com. All right, we've talked about the national champions in UConn. Let's now discuss blue blood status or not. Brown is going to be the judge because, well, he won't be the judge. He'll be whatever he's going to be. LT is, I think, thinking like most of America. Let me just make a couple of points first.
Okay.
But we've had this discussion before they won last night, and Brown's been calling them new money.
That's right.
And refuses to call them blue blood.
Yeah.
Let me put on my glasses
Hey,
to where I
so
look smarter.
is there a limit to blue blood teams?
No, but
there's no limit to how many I can have.
No, I think most are
you've
common sense.
I think you got to limit it at some point. Okay, go ahead, Jim.
5 titles in 24 years for UConn.
Definition of new money right there.
Only UCLA, North Carolina, Kentucky, Duke, and Indiana have as many national championships or more than UConn. That's it.
Right. Yep. But
That's it.
they've done it. They've stood the test of time, though.
Nobody has won 4 since 1999.
Yeah.
Nobody has. Only UCLA and Duke ever have won 5 titles in a 24-year span.
That's right, yeah.
They're the only ones to do it. Duke and North Carolina are the only ones close to what UConn has done since 1995. They've each won 3 titles, 01, 10, and 15 for Duke, 05, 09, and 17 for North Carolina. In fact, Brown, if you look at most of the people you call blue bloods, other than UCLA and Indiana, you're going to be hard-pressed not to call them all new money.
Okay.
By the standard you keep saying UConn is new money in 1999.
No. I don't. You're badly incorrect on this.
Okay.
Right.
So you're going to stick by new money.
Yeah, UConn is definitely new money. I don't think there's any argument in this.
So you're not going to call them a blue blood?
No, I will not call them
Okay.
a blue blood.
When can I jump into this?
Right now is a good
I've got to
time.
make my ruling first.
Okay.
So I get to go first?
You make an argument, no ruling.
Okay, I thought I was the judge. The
people
judge rules.
The people will decide.
Yeah, we'll take this one to a Bud Light poll question.
All right, your. I think we've already done that. Actually, we did do that Bud Light poll question. You want to go back and see where that?
Oh, you
finished?
lost. It was blue blood.
Oh, I don't believe that's true.
We'll do it again too.
Your blue bloods at college basketball are as follows: Kansas,
winningest program of all time, but they don't have the national champions to back it up. But I would put them in.
Kentucky. I mean, my gosh, Dunaway, I think they cut the bottom out of the peach basket in Lawrence, Kansas, if I am not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Kansas, you went to Kentucky then.
Well, yeah, but when I said Lawrence, Kansas, I think that indicated I was back to talking about Kansas yes.
But what is the most important thing in college basketball?
National champions.
Yeah, but
and
we
they've
can't,
got less.
but we can't just make this a national champions discussion, or there's no subjectivity here. This is a subjective discussion here, Lance. If you just want to make it national champions,
Yeah, but I think one of the biggest criteria of being a blue blood is national championship.
It's one of them, yes.
It's the biggest.
It's one of them. It is a very big one, I agree. Kansas, Kentucky, North Carolina, Duke, UCLA, and I am still going to put Indiana in the discussion, though they are fading. They've got to do something to stay in this discussion. They could lose their blue blood status, but they are still in there. Now, UConn could bump them out if UConn can continue this for another 20 years or so.
Well, yeah, here's what I would ask
I could
you.
bump them out.
When UConn has been the most successful team since 1995, what has Indiana done?
They haven't. Yeah. That's what makes UConn new money. You guys continue to make my argument for new money, and I appreciate you doing that.
No,
Y'all don't have to do that. I've got an easy argument.
No.
UCLA hasn't won one since 95, right?
Again, that's would make you new money. Yeah. This is blue blood. This is about what you've done over the history of basketball. UCLA is the 5th winningest team in the history of college basketball.
So was North Carolina blue blood money in 1983? Were they blue blood in 1983?
Absolutely, yes.
They had won 3 national championships in. They've won 3 since 2005.
North Carolina's an easy discussion. You don't have to bring them up, man. Everybody accepts that. Everybody accepts that, right?
Right.
Okay.
So is Jerry Jones new money?
Oh, absolutely. He's the definition of new money. Look at the guy. He gets plastic surgery left and right.
Wait, because he gets plastic surgery?
Well, Jerry Jones is new money. You can't tell me
He's
Jerry
had
Jones
billions
is new money.
of dollars for decades.
Yeah, it's new money, though. His family didn't pass it down to him.
Villanova, blue blood or no?
Villanova's an interesting discussion. What have they won? 3 national championships?
Yeah. And one was 85.
Yeah, 18th all time in wins. I am going to rule that they are not.
Yeah.
Sorry. You got to draw the line somewhere.
You put Louisville in blue money, though, right? Blue blood?
No,
okay.
I do not. Louisville, nice program, 30th all time in wins. You can't be blue blood with 30th all times in wins. Sorry. Got to draw the line somewhere, Jim. They just happen to be in a state with a blue blood. Doesn't make them one.
I just think 40 years is a big sample size. And if you can win a national championship in each of the last 4 decades, which UConn has,
it's very good.
If you can do it with not 1, not 2, but 3 different coaches,
it's incredible.
It shows you it's an elite program.
It's an elite program
that is now a blue blood.
That's where I'll draw the line. I agreed with you right up until the very end there, Lance.
Yeah. Well, see, when does UConn become?
I'll do it for another good 20 years. Give me a good 60-year window of this.
So when we're dead and gone.
Yeah,
when
we're dead and I don't have to answer this argument, yes, I think they could probably earn their way into blue blood territory. I'm not saying the door's closed forever. I said that about Indiana. Indiana's quickly playing themselves out of this.
When did Duke become blue blood?
You see, I think you become blue blood based on your history. I don't know that there's a singular moment they became blue blood, but Duke.
Their first title was in 1991.
Duke Yeah, but they had been to Final Fours before that, Jim, and Duke is 4th all-time in wins. I mean, I don't even think that's a discussion.
Yeah, 1991 was their first title.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's new money.
No,
according to you, that's new money.
Yeah,
it is not.
It's
is not.
UConn and Duke separated by 8 years of their first national championship.
But go look at Final Fours. Duke went to a Final Four in 1963 and 64 and 66 and 78.
Yeah, but so did San Francisco and Loyola.
But they didn't continue
Cincinnati.
to do it. They didn't continue to do it.
Again, most national championships in the last 35 years.
That's a definition of new money. Like you can hit a stock big right now and go build the biggest house in the United States. Are you going to be considered new money or old money?
Gonzaga is new money. I'll give you that.
They haven't even won a championship. I mean, they're not even in the neighborhood.
Yeah, but one of your criteria is wins.
Yeah,
Where's
and
Gonzaga the last 20 years on wins?
I mean, you went heavy on Final Fours for Duke. There's Gonzaga.
If they're anything, they're new money, but I don't even think they're in this discussion.
That's what I'm saying. I'll give you new money on Gonzaga.
Yeah, well, I mean, they haven't even won a championship. They don't even belong in the discussion of blue blood or new money.
LSU they've been to 2 Final Fours, haven't they?
More than that.
I mean,
Yeah, more than that.
3. I mean, we're just getting silly if you're going to bring LSU.
I know, but you're counting those. So how many national titles does LSU now need to be blue blood? Because they've been to 3 Final Fours. So I guess in 1991 when Duke won a national championship, they'd been to what, 4? You said
I
Final
think 5
Four?
or 6 Final Fours.
So LSU's been to 3. If they win a national title, they get into the blue blood conversation
no, you're
at
just
that
being
point?
silly at this point. You're being obtuse.
Well, I think you're being
Duke
silly
had
to
been
keep UConn out.
63, 64, 66, 78, 86, 88, 89, and 90 by the time they had won it. That's a lot of Final Fours. I mean, it's silly to even bring LSU up. If you're gonna continue the discussion this way, let's just move on to another topic.
Phone calls, we'll take those at 205-734-0923. Is that JT?
That is JD.
JD, what's up, man?
Hey, guys, I think one criteria you're missing for your blue blood status is I think you have to have a sort of at least a mini dynasty for 5 to 8, 10 years.
Yeah, I think that helps. I don't think you're going to find that with Kansas, though, historically, and nobody's going to argue them.
That's true. But I think when teams that have that, like, say, Georgetown could almost have been a dynasty,
Could have been,
yeah. After time, Syracuse, same kind of thing.
UNLV?
Yeah.
UNLV, I mean, they ran it from the mid-late 70s, a little bit 80s, and then the early 90s.
Yeah.
They were very, but that really helps. And the other thing I think is to look at the coach that started the blue blood, application process, okay? And where did that start, okay? Because, UCLA was not a blue blood. John Wooden was there, 16 years before they won a championship?
Maybe.
And then he reels off 10 and 12 years. So you can do something like that. You can have some down periods. Alabama, same thing in football. You can go 13 years without winning one, and then, bam, you get Nick Saban, and it just ramps it. How much stock does Alabama get after Nick Saban for people to say, they're still blue blood?
Oh, I mean, my gosh. Alabama's not even an argument in football. They've been doing it since the 1920s. I mean, Nick Saban could be going 15 years, and nobody's going to argue against Alabama being a blue blood in college football. I mean, they've been doing it since the 20s.
And you've had schools like Tennessee and Florida who had that window of success and then went,
yeah, exactly. That's new money. Yeah. All right, thank you, JD.
Okay, let me ask you this, Judge Brown. If Cincinnati,
a
proud program back in the day,
12th all-time in wins, Lance.
If they won 2 of the next 3, would you consider them a blue blood?
No, I would not.
Well, that would give them 4 national championships.
That would give them 4 national championships.
It would give them 8 Final Fours.
Yeah, I would not consider them a blue blood. No, I would not. I mean, you gotta make this exclusive, or it doesn't really matter. I mean, a little more exclusive than that. I mean, now, of course, you're giving me an unrealistic scenario, Cincinnati winning the next 2.
I don't know. I mean, a couple of years ago, it didn't seem like UConn was going to win another one.
You're not going to win 2 in a row. These things are hard to win back to back.
Yeah, you're wrong on this one.
Yeah, well.
The best thing about
I'm the judge.
UConn, they've only won it as a number 1 seed one time. That was in 1999. And in that, they were a 9.5-point underdog to Duke when they won the 1999 national championship. Since then, they've won it as a 2 seed, a 3 seed, a 4 seed, and a 7 seed. So even the titles they won, technically, they were not expected to win those titles.
Yeah, and here's another thing that I would throw in there, Brown, that I think is a big-time criteria. If I could assemble an all-UConn team that can rival any of the other all blue blood teams, which I think I can.
Yeah, I don't think that's a big criteria. Richard.
Great players.
Richard, well, I mean, so you can put 5 great players out there? Richard says, and he's right, UConn is Elon Musk.
No.
Elon Musk is one of the richest men of the world, but he's not a blue blood. Richard says on Twitter, it takes a long time to become a blue blood. He's right.
They're
Elon
more
Musk.
Jerry Jones than they are Elon Musk.
Yeah,
Elon Musk is
he's 100% new money.
Johnny come lately.
But do you think he cares?
No,
He's the richest man in the world.
No, I think he's Gonzaga, though.
He's won championships.
When I think of blue blood, I think of myself, the royal family in England is the first thing that pops to mind, and they are basically meaningless on the world map. Blue blood means nothing to me. It is about what you're doing right now, here and now.
Oh, I agree completely.
Year in and year out. The whole blue blood discussion. It helps programs. You heard Dan Hurley himself say, we had those 4 national championship trophies in our office when we were recruiting. When we finally got a team that we thought could win a national championship, contend for one, we took those trophies out, and then we started telling them we need to get our own damn trophies. And they got one last
I think it definitely helps you in recruiting. I mean, there's a reason Nick Saban has got all those boxes of rings sitting on that table for every recruit that comes in his office to look at, right? I mean, he doesn't do that just because he likes rings or he thinks they're pretty. He does it because he thinks it helps in recruiting. So, yeah, I mean, having those trophies is always going to help you.
Yeah, that's what blue bloods do. They have all those trophies out when the folks come to town, but it doesn't mean anything unless you're winning here and now. We'll see where UConn is and what they're able to do next year when they become the hunted going into the season after winning a national championship, their 5th since 1999, and again putting them in a club where now they're standing there with only UCLA, North Carolina, Kentucky, Duke, and Indiana on the same or more national championships in college basketball. Special place for UConn right now. Show's being brought to you in part today by our friends at New York Butcher Shop, where LT loves to swing by there or even send our friends by to get great meat, great steaks, and wine.
Yeah, you didn't give us a steak update from the weekend.
You won one over the weekend because Caitlin Clark, we talked about it yesterday, scored 41, and it was such a beatdown. I did not even look at the box score to see if any man led their team with 41.
I don't know if anybody had 41 in the entire men's tournament. Did they?
Probably not, if I had to guess. I think I would know that.
I don't think so.
Probably not. Yeah. In fact, maybe you could have taken the 2 leading scorers last night and not added it up to 41.
Those don't add up even?
Hey, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Go see Jim, that great staff like Little T did this past Friday. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken cut to order just for you with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
All right, Braves in action at 6:45. Phillies and Yankees again tonight at 6. 2 unbeaten teams left in baseball. Not that it means anything. They play 162 games, but 2 teams are 4-0 right now. The Minnesota Twins, and then I told you yesterday, helped by the best schedule in baseball, the Tampa Bay Rays, after beating the Tigers for 3 in the Nationals yesterday.
I think the Phillies are 0-4.
Yeah, because they played who'd they play? The Rangers, who surprisingly swept them, and now they're playing the Yankees. And by the way, Forster, your White Sox yesterday, I thought they were just showing batting practice to start with. And it was your pitching staff.
Gave up 7 homers. 5 by the starter.
They were showing the highlights on SportsCenter. I was like, why are they showing batting practice?
Well, we got to see them warm up.
We'll do trash when we come back right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th. As Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Back with you on the Next Round. Brownie's about to update us on tee times and our Michelson look ahead for the Masters. Before LT tells us about Michelson, Brownie, explain to me what's going on with some of these weird logos on some of the players at the Masters. It's their Live team logos they're wearing at the hallowed grounds of Augusta National.
Well, they have to. It's in their Live contract that when you play non-Live events, you have to wear the team logo of your Live team. It's in the contract they all signed up and agreed to.
Well, I bet Augusta loves that.
I don't think they're very happy with it.
And it looks Bush League.
It does, but you'll do a lot of Bush League things for a couple $100 million, won't you?
I would, absolutely.
Yeah, and that's what they're doing. Now, there have been reports that a lot of these guys are looking for loopholes to get out of their contracts and get back to the PGA Tour. I don't know how true that is.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but some of the reports came out on how steep the buyouts would be, and it's just absurd to the point that some people are like, it wouldn't even hold up in court. The problem is, if I read this right, it would not be it would not be decided in United States court. It would be decided in the English courts.
Ooh, English courts. I would be happy with that as opposed to in Saudi Arabia where if I lost, I may walk out with one less hand.
I think
No, I'll do the buyout.
Yeah.
Sorry, you played the game.
Too late.
Sorry, you played the game.
I think there were a lot of people that jumped on some rickety ships to get away from those English courts at one point. So I don't know how much they've changed.
Better than the Saudi Arabian courts.
You're correct on this, I
bet.
think. Yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine it's just one. The jury is of one, and he sits up there going,
We're going to cut an arm off.
Yeah. We've got tee times after LT tells us about Michelson Laser Vision.
969-8100. That's the number you need to write down. If you wear contacts or eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I went in 20 years ago to get the procedure done. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Now 2015 vision better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, 205-969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com.
By the way, two quick things. One, Carson, RTD4, our Mississippi audience, and their desire to change coaches after Lamonis brought their first ever World Series to Starkville is at a fever pitch now, using a baseball term.
Now,
Yeah.
Fever pitch.
Last year was bad.
Yeah.
This year is trending bad. I think State's over in Tuscaloosa to play Alabama.
In all of sports, there has rarely been this big a fall off from a national championship to what was left after.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Gene Chiswick, Auburn.
Yeah, I was going to say Auburn
proportions at this
2002.
point. I don't even think Auburn fell off that quickly. I mean, at least the next year, Auburn had like a 7-5,
8-4, 7-5, something like that.
State
8-5.
was awful the next year.
He's the Larry Coker of college baseball. Inherited a really good team, led him to a championship, and is on his way out. Great comparison from RTD4 there. Tee times at Augusta. Tournament starts on Thursday. If I had a dream tee time to watch Tiger Woods, I would want him to go about 9:18 Central Time.
You are in luck, Jim. He's
Oh,
going with
dream.
Victor Hovland and Xander Schauffele at that time, 9:18 on Thursday. Now, keep in mind, these are the morning, Thursday, afternoon, Friday.
Will you tell me, do you know off the top of your head the live golfers? Tell me, because
if they're a live golfer, tell you they are?
Yeah, one of the
Okay.
storylines I want to watch is live golfers and how they do in this tournament.
Okay.
And how they're perceived by the patrons.
At 9:30, following Tiger, Adam Scott, Patrick Cantlay, and Kurt Kitayama. At 10:42, Justin Thomas, John Rahm, and Cameron Young.
No live golfers
At
yet.
10:54, you're about to get one. Hideki Matsuyama, former champion, or at 9:54, excuse me, former champion Hideki Matsuyama. Cameron Smith, there's you one. Always good at Augusta, by the way. And Sunjay M. Now, your TV window, so those are the early feature groups. Your late TV window on Thursday will look like this, going off just after noon. Dustin Johnson, Corey Connors, and Justin Rose.
DJ's a live guy.
DJ is a live guy. 12:24, Matt Fitzpatrick, the reigning U.S. Open champion, Colin Morikawa, and Will Zalatoris. At 12:36, your defending champ, Scotty Scheffler, Max Homa, and Sam Bennett, who is an amateur, if you've never heard of him. The U.S. amateur champion traditionally has played with the defending champ. That's why he's in that group. You think there's a little pressure on that when I'm an amateur and I'm out there with the defending champion?
Just like Matt Damon in that movie.
12:48 in that movie. Tom Kim, Rory McIlroy, and Sam Burns. And then at 1 o'clock, Jordan Spieth, Tommy Fleetwood, and Tony Finau. Jim asked for some live golfers. You did not hear a lot of names there, did you?
The live golfers, they're keeping them out of the TV windows, aren't they?
Well, and I don't know just because they're live golfers they are, but I think I only named 2 of them in the main TV windows, yes.
Phil Mickelson, longtime former champion multiple times, 11:24 Central Time for Phil. Right? He's a live guy.
He is a live guy,
Yeah. Looked like he had an old 1970s Atlanta Braves logo on his hat and jersey. Looked like a feather. I don't know what the name of his live team is, but it looked like a feather. All right, Trash Time, brought to you by Mortgage Right. LT's got that ready to go. Show always brought to you by the great folks at Bud Light. We're at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio, but hit the big button, Rocky.
I have you on camera, and I have you.
I'm not threatening you. I'm gonna go over and cut that.
Is this your plant? I have no incentive to give you any positive politeness at all, do I? You were nothing but rude and belligerent. Have a good day, ma'am.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Yes, you too. Thank you.
LP's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available and guide you through every single step of the process. For active military or veterans, VA loans can be a great way to help you purchase a home. Let Mortgage Right take care of everything from the pre-qualifying process through closing. Their mortgage experts will work with you to find the best rate and loan program available. As a veteran-owned, operated company, they understand the difference between working with someone who gets it and someone who doesn't. They've made it their mission to simplify the VA loan process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 Birmingham, Parkway Drive, Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start offbeat holidays in April.
Oh, I always like these.
April?
No, the offbeat holidays. It's one of my favorite things you do in trash.
He only says it 12 times a year.
Well, actually, I think, Jimmy Smartass, we missed February and March because he was on vacation, Rockstar was.
Good vacation.
Shout at you, Tyler.
Yeah. Well, no, Tyler just does trash different. It's good. He just does it different.
Hey, I'm down for this tomorrow, April 5th, National Grilled Cheese Day.
I love a grilled cheese, yep.
Good grilled cheese. You got to say
I
that.
love a good grilled cheese.
The fine folks at the Meadows slid me a good grilled cheese when I was out there Friday.
It's like he's in prison. They had to slide it under the door. Hey, what I'm glad we missed was April Fool's Day. My least favorite day of the year is April Fool's Day.
Really?
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Oh, but I saw one
Dumb,
of the
tired jokes.
I saw one of the best ones ever, though, Brownie.
And how many untalented radio people were sad that April Fool's Day was on a Saturday, so they couldn't do an easy show?
But I saw one of the best ones. A friend of ours.
I doubt it.
Friend of ours decorated her house while her friend was sleeping. When she woke up, she had put up all the Christmas decorations.
That is a lot of work.
Too much work.
My God.
I'm going to watch you take them down because I'm not taking them down.
I think that was the reaction. Did not go over as well as she had hoped for.
Yeah, I would guess. April 7th, National Beer Day.
That gets celebrated a lot in this very room right here.
It does.
Yeah, it's not just April 7th.
And that'll be a Friday.
That is a Friday. Hey.
I won't be here, but y'all pour one out for me.
I will.
Well,
hopefully
not dying.
Hopefully not for real.
But we would do that for you, Lance.
You going to fly a half flag over here if that goes down?
If it goes down badly, we'll still do the show, though.
Yep. Got to get the reads in.
Got 32 reasons why.
April 14th, Ex-Spouse Day.
I hope I never celebrate that. I'm on track not to.
April 22nd, National Jelly Bean Day. Not a fan.
You know what I like? Starburst jelly beans. Have you ever tried those?
Maybe. I like Starburst.
I do too, and I do like. I've tried the Starburst jelly beans. They're really
You
good.
get them a lot around Easter for some reason. I guess it must be a big
and
Easter
they're basically
basket
just
thing.
like miniature Starburst.
Yeah, they taste the same as Starburst, just smaller. I like
with
Starburst.
a little crunchy shell.
You like those, Rocky?
I don't think I've ever
They're
had
good,
them.
man.
Can I just compliment you real quick on your,
please,
on your
Jim.
growth?
You never do that, yeah.
On your growth, I mean, there would have been a time you would have said National Ex-Spouse Day, and he would have said, that'll never happen to me. But he actually says, I hope that never happens to me. I'm on the track for it not happening to me. Some growth that you're not perfect. There could be something that would happen. I appreciate that.
He did it to Reese Davis yesterday. Probably worse than that.
Love this observation.
Oh, my God.
But, I mean, Dunaway.
Hey, door's cracked.
Yeah, Reese is right that Dunaway has an innate ability to turn a compliment into one of the bigger insults that he can give you. It's
He's
so
a backhanded
weird.
compliment all the time.
Yeah, but he doesn't even set it up like a backhanded compliment's the weird thing.
Yeah, I'm impressed he processed that fast, though.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, you thought he was dumber than that, right?
I've got to think faster the older I get just to try to stay sharp. Guys.
April 26th, National Pretzel Day. I'll tell you the pretzel I like is the Pretzel Factory. They're really thin. You do them with hummus.
Oh, the big ones you get at restaurants where you can just dip into beer cheese or
Yeah, I
whatever.
like
Jack loves those.
Yeah, hey, those you're talking about in the bag, do you get the salt and pepper ones?
I get the,
Those are good.
I get the everything.
Yeah, I don't like the everything.
Here's my favorite, and I ate them on the way up to Louisville, so I'll never do that again going to an Alabama basketball game because it's now jinx. But we're riding up, and this is before I lost 5.3 pounds.
0.3.
What a setup.
He drank a 3.5-hour beer last night.
Was it hot at the bottom?
At least Taylor and him did give me a hard time about it.
I'm sure they didn't.
Chocolate and salted covered pretzels all the way up.
That's good.
Those are good.
Well, the Pretzel Factory's guy that you introduced me to the completely dipped chocolate, and now they've got chocolate with caramel drizzled on it.
No, I didn't do that. I mean, I did have to get a little wipe on my steering wheel after I got to Louisville, though. One of the last gas stops, I had to go in there and get a little wipe and wipe that thing down.
Especially if you get the buffalo flavored one.
Did you ever around Christmas get Miss Dot's cinnamon sugar? Rockstar loves Miss Dot's. Those cinnamon sugar ones are incredible, but I think they were only out around Christmas.
Ross says the Dot's pretzels are good. They're like $100 a bag.
Well, they get sold out in our downstairs commissary very quickly. They go quick down there.
Yeah, they are really good.
Yeah, but
I like all
good.
flavors. I like honey mustard.
Eddie says they have Starburst gummies, like Starburst gummies, Eddie, or Starburst gummies?
Oh, yeah. I don't think it's that type.
And finally, April 27th is National Prime Rib Day. Not a fan.
No.
It's too cheap.
But the presentation doesn't look good.
But see, I get confused now. The prime rib is what in the old days you would go and get horseradish on the side and everything at the after church stuff. What is it that I've always wanted to do this and I've never done it ever since? It sounded so delicious when Barrett Jones in our studio that day said that he buys a big. Is it prime roast?
It's basically, to boil it down, basically he buys what they would cut the filet mignon, like when the butcher cuts the fillets, right?
Right.
He buys just a full.
And they cook it whole.
And if you want it a little more done.
Right, you get the ends.
You get the ends. If you want it a little less done, you get the middle.
Yeah, and that's how you get a meat plate.
Yeah.
Yes. But that sounds delicious. And when he described it that day, I was like, one time I want to cook it that way and just cut my steaks off of a big piece of meat, man. That just sounded so good.
Okay, here are popular
Mrs.
new...
Jones probably would do that for us.
she would.
It's a popular new dating trend that is the last thing people expected. Now, in the world of dating, trends come and go. People are always on the lookout for the next big thing. However, the latest dating trend that has been taking the scene by storm is one that nobody saw coming. It's a trend that defies traditional dating norms and challenges conventional thinking about what it means to form a connection with someone. Now, according to the talk show host, women are now preferring short, bald men.
Jimmy D.
I'm in there too.
Look at Jimmy D perk up.
Well, no, you're going to love the reason why.
Okay.
Oh, no.
It's a Dunaway compliment.
Well, be careful. I'm working on an 8-inch
You heard this right. It seems that the George Costanza may have been onto something all along in a world where height, full head of hair have traditionally been considered attractive qualities in men. This unexpected shift in preferences has taken the dating scene by storm. Perhaps one reason for the surge in interest in this type of man is that women are simply looking for something different. With so much pressure put on physical appearance and societal norms dictating what is considered attractive, it can be refreshing to see someone who doesn't fit the mold.
I'm okay, man. That's variety. That's variety.
This is spice of
I'm the
life.
peanut M&M. I'm fine.
By breaking away from the conventional standards of male attractiveness, these women are not only finding potential partners they may have overlooked before, but they are also sending a message that individuality and personality are just as important, if not more so, than superficial physical traits. In an effort to cut down barriers and promote genuine human connection, this offers a refreshing change from the typical dating experience.
All I heard was win, win, win all the way through that.
But what's great is, like, I've never met a woman that's like, people are crazily into short, bald guys right now. Like, I think this is a plant written by a short, bald guy.
Probably so.
That probably got a date.
Yeah.
But see, if I had lost that calendar that everybody was going to get 12 months of,
right,
would have made women feel so good about their self-esteem and their body, right? That's why you would want to date somebody like me. Because when I would take my shirt off, you would never worry about having to have a little extra cocktail or dessert. You'd feel comfortable ordering dessert with me.
but I'd worry about waking up and looking up and you've got a Polaroid camera taking pictures of me when I'm sleeping.
Is there something wrong with that?
Was I not supposed to do that? I'm so sorry.
Camera, not Polaroid.
Just doing memories there. True story, and I'm sure she meant it as a compliment last night. But our friend Caroline, who was watching the Final Four with us, said, "You're a lot smarter than I thought you were."
Wow.
After we sit there and had a conversation last night.
Interesting.
Yeah. You don't think she thought I was smart?
I really don't know, Dunaway. I mean, I wouldn't think that the compliment would get thrown out if they didn't mean it.
Does she talk to you really slow?
Draws pictures. There are so many good lines that just get blown past on this show. It's just the nature of the show, and you have to deal with it. But Dunaway a minute ago said, "Be careful, Rockstar. I'm working on an 8-inch inseam today." Such a good line. It's a callback to an earlier. What made it better is it's a callback to an earlier joke.
Show us. We have to see.
Hashtag humble brag, by the way.
Oh, my.
Such a good, well, all right. That's one step too far.
Okay, Reddit users claim to have uncovered a host of subtle telltale signs of wealth. Hundreds of people shared their personal experiences with the rich after a user posed the question, what's a non-obvious sign someone is rich?
Bunch of national championships in 25 years.
Now, the first one, shunning designer clothing and logos. One theory is that rich people tend to steer away from expensive and extravagant clothing from luxury brands such as Louis Vuitton and Gucci. Instead, they tend to wear solid-colored tops with a simple pair of khakis or jeans and shoes with no logo in sight. Mark Zuckerberg.
I'm one for one. I could be rich.
You could be wealthy. You're not a big logo guy, Rockstar.
No, Rockstar fits all these. Staying silent during money discussions. Now, you can tell someone is financially secure during a conversation about money issues as they tend to go silent and stare at the ground. They also deflect and try to change the topic if they are questions about the relationship with money. Number 3 is use the phrase, we're comfortable. Another sign someone is rich includes using the phrase, we're comfortable to describe their finances, as more often than not, they're extremely wealthy, but they don't want to brag. Another one, taste for caviar and escargot. It's no secret that rich people also have particular taste when it comes to food, and you can tell if someone is wealthy by the quality of food they eat.
But isn't some of that like, I'm only going to eat this for the status that, I mean, does anybody really think that tastes good?
I've never had it. I don't know. Escargot.
Yeah, I think some people do. I've had escargot. I haven't had caviar.
I've never had either.
I've never had escargot, which is snails, right?
Yep.
But I have had caviar once at a party in Lexington on I guess it was a cracker or some kind of hard breaded stuff that they served it on.
They probably couldn't tell you had never had it.
Hard-breaded stuff.
Can I get more of the hard-breaded
It's a crouton.
Salty, fishy. It just tasted like crap to me. There's no
Crap?
way. No way.
Crap or crab?
Crap.
With a P.
Now, I like this next one. Traveling without luggage. This would be nice.
Well, how do you?
Well, some rich people have the benefit of not having to lug around heavy luggage when traveling, as they have holiday homes all around the world.
Yeah. Have you ever shipped your luggage to your location?
No.
No.
I've heard of people doing that. Like they'll ship it's certain instances, like they're just not going to have space for it. They'll ship a suitcase somewhere and then ship it back rather than put it on the plane.
I mean, cost effective now. In some situations,
it
may
depends,
on how it works out for you. I have gone on a trip before where I have bought some stuff there, not for any reason other than I was single and all my clothes were dirty except for a small backpack that I was taking on the trip. But I would buy some swimwear, some stuff to wear at the beach.
I'm a
shorts
terrible
after I get
packer.
there.
Even going to the lake this weekend for 2 days, I didn't know what to pack.
How many shoes? How many pairs?
Only brought 2.
Wow.
Yeah. I made sure of that. I had packed 3, and I was like, I'm only going to do 2.
You got your Crocs and what? Your Birkenstocks?
Yeah.
Birkenstocks.
Exactly.
The Crocs and the
I am
stocks.
very concerned for 11 days in Europe, though. I have
That's
no
gonna
idea.
be a
what to
lot.
pack.
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
gonna be a lot. You're gonna need a crate, like on Titanic when they walk through and they got the crates with them. You're gonna need one of those, I think.
I really don't know what to do. And then finally, driving an average but reliable car. You would assume rich people drive the latest models of the most expensive cars, but it turns out many prefer to drive average cars that are reliable rather than driving around in anything flashy.
So speaking of money, I didn't share this with you, Rockstar. I shared it with the boys here. I've got somebody trying to bait me into a lunch about a pyramid scheme. I mean, I got a radar for these things, and I think you guys would agree. I shared the text with you.
Yep.
Are you going?
Dunaway gave me the greatest line in the world to use.
Oh, yeah, it works.
And I think I'm going to use it. I mean, to Jim's credit, he's on fire right now in life.
Yeah, but did you use it on the same person?
He said he did, yeah.
That might be tough.
I think I'm going to do it.
Of course, they know you two are close. So.
That's right. Oh, his husband told me the same thing.
Yeah. Hey, buying a home is a major milestone in life. Getting it right.
I knew he was going to say this.
Another win situation. I'm the husband in the relationship.
yeah.
He just admitted that.
He's being submissive. He's
And then some.
He's a 99.4 today.
hashtag big spoon.
Buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Housing market has its ups and downs. That perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's lock and shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Buddy, you are in need of some dark clothing. Your pastels are starting to rub off on you a little bit. Wear some of the dark golf shirts.
That's a good shirt right here. I like this one.
We're back in a moment right here on TNR. What are we, 144 days away from week 0
Would you
college
look at
football?
that?
So close to that 90-day note you tell us about every year.
Pour one out for Dougie Doo.
Right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store. located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Four Downs every day brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, LT. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, those great locations, including the new one right there in Pell City.
Yeah, of course, Vulcan Tire and Automotive, anything you need, bumper to bumper, these guys can handle. And remember, dead battery's not going to get you to your next road trip. You need to stop by and get that battery check from Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Their team will keep you on the road no matter the weather. Locations all across Birmingham. Make sure you tell them the guys from the Next Round sent you. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Okay, in first down, let's go over and under in the top 10 draft picks for Jalen Carter. I bring this up because Jalen Carter says, I am not visiting any NFL franchise that does not have a top 10 pick. I'm not going to visit you 11 through 32.
That's a bold move.
I don't need your pick.
Yeah.
Jalen Carter, over or under top 10 in the NFL draft?
I'm going to go, he's going to be under the top 10. You know, I saw him as far back as 24 because of, you know, everything that was around the drag racing that led to the tragic situation. But I most recently saw him at number 5 overall. So, you know, he was number 1 at one point. And I think when all this kind of shakes out, I think he's going to be in the top 10.
I'm going to say over. I'm going to say he's in the top 10. I mean, you can't tell me a team that's picking somewhere around 8, 9, 10 is not going to look at that and say, I'm really going to be able to draft him right here. I mean, I think he'll be in the top 10.
Second down.
All right, second down. How many quarterbacks in the first round? LT and I are, you know, I think we're a little different on this.
No, I'm a little different on you saying 4 are going to be in the top 5 picks. I think there's going to be 5 in the first round. We know there's going to be Bryce and CJ, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, Hendon Hooker. I think there's 5.
I think Hooker sneaks in. I thought we were different on that. I'd say 5 as well, Brownie. What about you?
I'd say that's right. 5 in the first round. You were saying 4 in the top 5 earlier today. Was it Tom McShay saying that?
In fact, I think 4 in the top 4, Brown. Isn't that where the Colts pick 4th?
Yeah.
I think the Colts take Will Levis. News today, Lunsford's former team, the Tennessee Titans. Ironically, I'd be interested to see if he jumps back on if they do this. Jumping up to number 3 with Arizona to draft Anthony Richardson. So it would be Stroud, Bryce, Richardson, Levis in the top 4 picks. What do you think of the Titans moving up to number 3 to get their franchise quarterback and Anthony Richardson?
So, I mean, that would indicate that they have just pulled the plug on Malik Willis at that point, right? I mean,
yeah. And Ryan Tannehill.
I don't blame him for pulling it on Tannehill.
Yeah, I don't blame him on Tannehill. I think Malik Willis is a little premature. I think 1 year's just not enough.
And really didn't even see a full year. So I don't know. I mean if you're jumping up to take Anthony Richardson, that is wild to me. I never thought he'd be that type of guy.
Somebody's going to do it, right? Somebody's going to take Anthony in the top 4.
That's what people are saying.
People overvalue quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I mean, you go higher than your normal value because you play that position.
Third down.
Jesse Simonton on 3 Sports writing today, after Dabo Swinney, who is the second best coach in the ACC? So I'll ask you guys that question. After Dabo Swinney, who is the second best coach in the ACC?
Dave Clawson.
Dave Clawson of Wake Forest. Both of you agree?
Yep.
Others that you would have considered?
Pat
Narduzzi you would have gone with?
Mac Brown.
What about the guy at NC State?
Dave Doran?
Yeah,
I mean, he's in the discussion, yeah.
You're saying all those before you get to Mario Cristobal.
Yeah. Jeff Brom is not coached a game yet in the ACC, but he did a nice job at Purdue. I guess you put him in the discussion.
Mike Norvell, Ross says, it's a big year.
Yeah, if he can do what a lot of people think this year, Norvell shoots up that ranking.
Has built a preseason top 10 team, Patrick points out.
If he can back it up. I mean, he just had his first 10-win season. If he can back it up, he shoots up that.
Fourth down.
Happy birthday, Jamie Lynn Spears.
Britt's sister?
Brittany's sister. Do you know her age?
Oh, give me 1 second. I would go 38.
I got her at 32, but I may be wrong. Check that for me. Jamie Lynn Spears is 32. Here's my question. Brother combination in sports. Best one.
No, you're right. 32.
Okay, best career. Jim or John Harbaugh, the Harbaughs, the Barbers, Tiki and Rondé, or the Gasols, Powell and Mark.
So I get all of
you get all the
coaching
Harbaughs
and everything?
Yeah, all the Harbaughs, all the Barbers, all the Gasols.
I think because of their coaching prowess, I'm going to go with the Harbaughs.
I would go with the Gasols.
Yeah.
Paul, for a little bit with the Lakers with Kobe. Kobe made him such a better player. He was the best big for a couple of years in the NBA, and Marc Gasol was really underrated.
Which one just went into the Hall of Fame, got honored this week in the Final Four? That was Powell, right?
Well, Paul, they just retired his jersey for the Lakers,
Yeah.
right? Were you surprised with that?
No.
Really? I mean, that's a pretty hard wall to get on there in Staples Center.
But without him, I don't think they win the championships with just Kobe.
Was Mark with the Grizzlies
Yeah.
for a little bit? Yeah. I mean, Tiki and Rondé were pretty darn good, though,
Well,
right?
they were. I mean,
Yeah.
But the Harbaughs have gone on to play in 2 college football playoffs. Both of them coached in a Super Bowl. One of them won.
John Harbaugh beat Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, John Harbaugh beat Jim Harbaugh, so one of them is a world champion. I mean,
Tiki
that's
retired too early. He was getting better and
yeah.
better, and then Rondé was one of the best corners for a long time.
Yeah, Super Bowl champion Bucks. Did Tiki ever win one
Nope.
with the Giants? Nope. Never did. That is our 4 downs today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires and Automotive. If I'd said best career Jamie Lynn or Brittany, you would have gone
I'm
Brittany.
probably
right?
going to go Brittany in that one. But
I mean, has Jamie Lynn done anything?
I would take Jamie Lynn over Brittany right now.
Oh,
Her
you were
career.
just talking about her current life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Hey, before your next road trip this spring, take your vehicle down to Vulcan Tire and Automotive for a comprehensive battery check. We here at the Next Round trust our vehicles with the team at Vulcan Tire and Auto. We encourage you to do so as well. Locations all across Birmingham. You can find out more about what they can do for you and your vehicle, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Chad says Powell validated Kobe for that second run. He did it without Shaq.
Yeah, and Mark did win a title in 19 with Kawhi at Toronto.
It's a great point. I think the Gasols win that debate right there. Did not go Manning brothers because of that, Charles. It would have been too easy to go.
Too easy.
Yeah.
Cooper and the other two.
Cooper. He's had a good life.
When we come back, Namari Burnett joins the show. We'll talk to him. This hour has been brought to you by the great folks at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Open for lunch or dinner right now, and wonderful to-go orders, champyschicken.com. And for your tailgates at Protective Stadium, Thursday night, for UAB spring game, get an order from champyschicken.com. If you're heading to Jordan-Hare Saturday, get a tailgate from champyschicken.com. And on April 15th, for the Stallions home games, get your to-go orders from champyschicken.com. They cater, too. Back in a moment.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know, one of the reasons I used to love Wide World of Sports back in the day, because, I'm a poor kid from a trailer park in Alabaster, Alabama. I didn't know what the rest of the world looked like, foreign countries or anything. So Wide World of Sports opened up my eyes to what it looked like in other countries and stuff. And I'm looking at Namari Burnett in our preview monitor over here, the faraway place of Michigan or wherever he is, and I'm like, it looks just like here in Alabama to me. It's a very simple looking, nice place.
Yeah, so you think he's in Michigan?
I don't know where he is.
I don't think he's in Michigan.
You don't? Where do you think he is?
I think he is. It looks somewhere in Texas to me.
Texas for you.
Yeah.
Texas.
Wow. I happen to know the answer to this.
I think he is in. I I think he's
that painting behind him tells me he might be across the pond in Europe.
No. I think he's hanging out with his agent in New York City, contemplating on Michigan coming back to Alabama or entering the NBA draft.
Namari Burnett joins us throughout the NCAA tournament, courtesy of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Do not let car trouble interfere with your big basketball plans. The best in service, the greater Birmingham area, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in Birmingham. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. Namari Burnett joins us from
Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas. You nailed it, Lance.
You were right.
Yeah, boom. Right. Yeah.
Hey, so
Dallas, Texas. It's been in the news lately, Namari.
I don't think the last time we had you on, you were confirmed Michigan.
He was not.
No.
He was still thinking shortly after being on with us. He announced.
Okay, so congratulations. First off, how many teams were in the mix, and how did you ultimately decide to play for Juwan Howard in Michigan?
Yeah, it was about 15 to 20 teams in the mix. Had a couple of really good options, some high major looks, some mid major looks. Obviously it's a question when you're, going to your third school. That's one thing. And the second thing is, if you'll be eligible or not. And so the choice to go to Michigan is knowing Juwan Howard, knowing the roster structure there, knowing the type of culture that he has there, and just kind of being a part of something, kind of like almost, I wouldn't call it a rebuild, but something that is, on the come up. Obviously, he's had some good years there, and last year wasn't as good, but he definitely looks to, bring it back up. And I'm a winner, and I just, want to be a part of winning at the same time as, being a big impact guy. So it was a great decision. A familiar team, a familiar coach. So that's what went a part of me choosing Michigan.
I used to love multiple choice questions, so I'll give you a multiple choice to make this a little bit easier. You were wanting to leave Alabama because you were disgruntled with something. B, mutually, you and Nate Oates decided it's probably best if I move on. Or C, Nate Oates asked you to move on. Which one of those is more like your situation? And if you want to explain, you can.
It's like a combination of A and B, but the thing is with A, I wasn't disgruntled. It wasn't like, oh, I don't like it here. I loved everything about it. Just wasn't somewhere that, I could like further my game and really prove that I'm a very, very capable player. And at the same time, Coach Oates was very honest and upfront with me, and we had great two-way communication where it's like, here are the plans. Like, we really want you to stay, but also we understand if you were to leave. And so us having that conversation, us being on the same page with that kind of led to that decision.
Okay, if I can just ask one follow-up. So if you have that discussion with him, and you say what you're saying, was the potential of you not getting the exact playing time you were hoping because of who he's bringing in, was that part of the discussion when you're having an honest discussion with your coach?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I put in a lot of work, and not only did I do that, but I'm also very capable. And, it wasn't a thing where it's like, he's not a great coach. He's a really great coach. He knows his stuff really well, and he wins at a high level, and I'm all about that. At the same time, it is kind of a business aspect where you also have to do what's best for yourself, and so that's what kind of led into that decision as well.
Namari Burnett, now a Michigan Wolverine with us, and he joins us courtesy of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We've been focused on basketball. Don't lose your focus on keeping your car in the top shape. The ASC certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Automotive have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com. I don't know this, but there is a chance you will be the first player ever to play in the Big 12, SEC, and Big 10 in your career. I mean, I can't imagine it's happened before.
Literally, it's a blessing. It's a blessing at the end of the day. I'm grateful for every journey, every place that I've God kind of put me in, as well as me making certain decisions. So blessed to be able to go from a great school to another great school. It's definitely something that hasn't been done before, though, for sure.
What will you miss most about Tuscaloosa away from the basketball?
The people. That's a great question. The people, man. I've gotten so many like messages that were all positive. I don't think there was one negative comment, especially like from Alabama's people, at all. And I really will love and miss those people, like from the academic part to the media program and the athletic trainers, the nutritionists, to the people outside of that. At restaurants I used to go frequently, they sent me messages, put nice messages on my last box of food from there. So it was great meeting those people, building relationships on and off the court, with classmates, professors, etc. And those are some of the greatest people I've ever come across.
For the hundreds and thousands of Alabama fans who watch our show, they see Brandon and Noah going to the NFL, JQ and Bediako are taking a look, and you're at Michigan. What would you tell them to make them feel good about the future of Alabama basketball? Do you think the immediate future is positive in Tuscaloosa? Like, could you see Alabama and Michigan playing each other in next year's NCAA tournament?
No doubt. I really see that because, one, the power of Nate Oates' system and the type of coach he is, the type of talent he attracts, and the type of talent that he'll get over there and they'll play at a high level, as well as player development. Those guys will come in there with the skills and talents that they have currently, and they will learn a lot of things when it comes to college and as well as the next level that will ultimately prepare them for the next level. So in the future to come, I see big things coming for Nate Oates and big things coming from the University of Alabama's men's basketball team.
Namari Burnett for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. It was presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. What will Alabama miss, though? I mean, they're going to replace with good assistants. I know that. Nate Oates is going to be able to hire good guys, but Charlie Henry and Brian Hodgson have been there since day one in Tuscaloosa. What do you lose with those guys if you're Alabama?
For one, since B recruited me, I'll start off with B. Coach Brian, super great recruiter, a guy who really gets you to want to play for University of Alabama, and rightfully so. And nothing he said was ever a lie. And him and his energy in practice, and kind of what he helps you with on the rebounding side, and kind of give you those tough aspects of the culture of Alabama. And then with Charlie Henry, man, I've learned so much from him. Obviously he came from the NBA, and he is a very smart coach, and he knows his stuff very, very well. Defensively, his game plan defensively is unlike any other. No wonder why we were top 5 in the country in defense, and 2 times out of the last 3 years, as far as Alabama. And he definitely can help a team right away defensively, and offensively he is very smart. And he got to show that a lot of times when Oates was telling us how and what to run on offense, and Charlie gave his pointers and tips of how to efficiently run those things. So they are going to miss those coaches very, very much so. And, I will miss them as well. And, the lessons and the things that they taught me as well.
Now, the answer is probably yes because you're from Chicago, but I'll ask it anyway. We used to have Bo Nix, former Auburn quarterback, now with Oregon, on the show. And when he transferred to Oregon, we asked him, have you ever even been to the state of Oregon? And he said no. Have you been to Ann Arbor and visited?
I have. I've been there twice. The first time I was there is when Beeline was coaching, and it was my unofficial in my sophomore year. And I had a bad time there because I caught the flu there. Nothing about the basketball or the school. It was strictly the flu. But then I went there when Coach Howard got the job, and this was my senior year, and I took an official visit there, and went really well. Not to say that the other visit didn't go really well as well. It went well besides the flu, but Coach Howard, was new there, so that was that. But I've been there, and it's very cold, very freezing.
Listen, I'm horrible at giving compliments, so I'll tell you that up front.
Yeah, this could turn into an insult, so be prepared. That's the way he does this.
But I would say, not at a shot at anybody else we've ever done an NIL deal with, or anybody else who we've ever had on the show, but you're one of the nicest people, period, that I've ever been around. You've written us personal notes. You're so kind. You're leaving Alabama, and you're saying such nice things about the people and everything. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to tell us who has influenced your life, who's turned you into this human being who is, at least from what I know, to be such a caring, kind-hearted person, because we do not see this all the time.
First off, I want to say thank you for that. That means a lot. I really hold myself to a high standard, and having high character is one thing that I value myself on and pride myself on. I can honestly give all the credit to my parents. I'll give them half credit, not all, because they, obviously they've done a really good job raising me and teaching me things and learning how to see things for myself. And then that's where I'll take over my other half of the credit, where I see right from wrong, see how other people treat others. And I feel like that's one of my biggest traits that complements me very well, is that I know right from wrong, and I try to do that. I'm a big believer in God, big believer in the Bible, and I take that very seriously. It's like you treat people how you want to be treated, and I want to treat people with the utmost respect, be the highest character individual that I can possibly be, and impact the world in a positive way. Saying the right things and being the right way is genuine. It's never been a facade with me. It's always been genuine, straightforward, and what you see is what you get. So, no, I really appreciate you guys for saying that.
Yeah,
really.
No, you're tremendous. As you can tell from my hairstyle, I've lived a little longer than most. So I will tell you, be a little meaner on the court, man. Ball up a little bit. Be aggressive. Get yours. Take your shots. You're too good to be as nice as you are in person on the court.
When's the last game you coached?
I've never coached, but dadgummit, in Louisville, I was screaming from the rafters, shoot the ball, put Nimari in, let him shoot. Shoot it, man, shoot it, because nobody else was hitting him. Shoot him, Nimari.
Hey, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one.
Very important question along the lines of what Dunaway was asking you about. We are asking the chat room by Kevin, is there a crumble cookie in Ann Arbor? Are you aware of this?
No, I am not. I'm not. I don't know if there's a crumble cookie in Ann Arbor.
Okay.
I'm excited to see though.
Yeah. Well, maybe you'll find. So somebody says Zingerman's Deli. So, try that while you're there. Must be good. That's what somebody says here. I can't independently tell you it's good, but somebody said it was. Yeah.
And if you need
chat room,
if you need a rec to a sports program up there like ours for a weekly guest, we'll give you rave reviews. So just send them our way, okay?
For sure. Looking forward to it. Zingerman's Deli.
Zingerman's Deli. Try it. Hey, you have been a stand-up guy. We appreciate the time you've spent with us, Nimari, and we are always going to be huge fans of yours. So best of luck in Ann Arbor there, buddy.
Thank you, man. Likewise on you and your journeys. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, buddy. Take care. That is Namari Burnett. He has been great to be with us throughout the NCAA tournament and the conference tournament there, presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive. We've been focused on basketball. You can't lose focus on keeping your vehicle in top shape. The ASE certified mechanics at Vulcan Tire and Auto have the winning service for your family's vehicles. Learn more at vulcantireandauto.com, vulcantireandauto.com. He was on the johnstonrvcenter.com hotline. They also sponsored a deal with Wendell Green. He'll do his exit interview with us tomorrow at 9:25. 9:25 for Wendell tomorrow.
I was going to bring up, we've had 7, not counting Montana Fouts. Now 3 had gone or trying to go to the NFL. Mechie obviously went to the Texans and had his
battling leukemia. Yes.
John Samuel Shanker.
I mean, he went through pro day. He's trying to get in the NFL.
He's trying to get in. Toa is going to get drafted.
Yep.
So those guys off the table. Bo Nix transferred
he did,
after
yep.
hanging out with us.
I've noticed.
Namari transferred.
That's correct. Yes.
Wendell Green transferred.
Well, he went to the NBA, to be fair.
Okay. We'll see. It's NBA first.
NBA
first. We'll see what happens. Yeah. And then where are we on Jelly?
Jelly's, I guess, is probably going to try to be in the NBA.
Yeah, he's got to try to be on the NBA. Yeah. So what you're saying, back 2 years in a row, we've got to do one that's signed back up again. No back-to-backs.
I still think we should have signed Bo up for this year.
Yeah, it would have been fantastic. Still would be good this year if he wants to join us. Around the table, I mean, I'm not wrong about how nice this guy is, right?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Nicest interview and bringing the back room as well. Nicest interview person that you can think of that we've had on the show.
It's him or Toa for me.
Toa for you.
Hotel was great.
Namari, I think,
Very
has
nice
the
guy.
trophy
Yeah.
right now.
Rockstar is a great gauge of this.
On air or off air?
The real person. So
air.
any
For you, it's a lot off air. I've always
Yeah.
gauged by how they treat you.
Buster Olney is one of the best.
Buster Olney, yes.
And then I'll tell you, Furman's amazing. Furman wants to talk to me. Like, he wanted to ask about the tour and everything. I was like, I got to get you on. Like, I'm so sorry. He's like, well, I want to know everything.
No,
like, I can't.
NIL guys, though.
NIL guy.
Oh,
Well,
no,
I
I
don't
don't
really
keep
ta-
it that close. That's
I don't
that can
talk
get
to them 'cause they're
personal
on,
then.
I don't talk to them because they're on Zoom.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, look, they've all been great. I'm just saying the most personable that seemed like they really wanted to be on were Henry and Namari.
Yeah. But Bo Nix, I mean, come on, Bo Nix.
Bo's good.
Yeah, Bo Nix was
He gave
there
us a lot.
5 minutes before his
you're
airtime
right.
every time. He was over there waiting to go, much like Namari was. I mean, never had to wait on those guys.
I've told people before, because people ask, some of the bigger name guests we have, how nice are they? And I say the way I always gauge that is how they've treated Rockstar over the years.
Right.
Because it's easy when the lights are on and they know they're being heard to be nice people. It's harder if, just to be honest with you, the lights aren't on and they're not being heard. And Rockstar has told me from day one, and this doesn't surprise me at all, Buster is as nice off the air as he is on the air.
I'll tell you another one that was years ago, but Mel Kiper, always super nice.
Really? That's interesting.
We had a weekly deal with
Yeah.
him, and then it fell apart the next year. But
Well,
he was
always
really
really
good.
nice. Huh?
His wife cuts his hair.
Mel Kiper's wife cuts his hair?
Yep.
She cuts his
Always
hair.
has.
Give me the Dracula.
Yeah, thank you for cutting the hair.
Forrester says Bo was great. I agree with that.
Bo was, he
Montana-
answered. The thing about Bo is we had to ask him a lot of difficult questions
That's right.
over the course of his time with us, and he always gave us, I thought, thoughtful answers.
There was no diplomatic
Yeah.
answers at
Yeah.
all.
Yeah. And Namari answered some tough questions
did.
there
He said
about
too,
his
yeah.
departure and everything. That's really good stuff. If you're watching at AL.com, some good stuff maybe. Montana Fouts, I thought, was always tremendous with her time as well. We've been blessed, man. We've been
Forrester wants
blessed.
to give Luganbill a shout out. Rockstar Luganbill's always
Oh,
great.
Lugan's the past few we've done on.
Yeah, we do a
Zoom.
lot more Zoom, so
But
Rockstar
Luganbill-
tells us a few.
Luganbill's fantastic. Love
Marty
Luganbill.
Smith has
Marty's
always been
always
nice.
great.
Yeah.
Brock
Yeah.
Heward.
Brock's is
Brock
nice. Brock, it really is.
I mean,
People-
how blessed are we?
we are, and well, I mean, there's a reason we try to associate with these type
Yeah,
of
there's
people.
been
right?
there's been a few duds. They're
There
just
have been.
complete
Yeah.
assholes.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you will say when you've told me that I've tried to steer away from those people.
Well, no, some of them are good.
Some of them I can't.
Well, some of them are good guests. They're just not very nice people to
Yeah.
peons like me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't have time for me to say, "Do you have time to come on?"
Yep.
Like that's
Yeah,
wasting
do
their
they
time.
realize you were Lindsey Buckingham for 2 months?
And I tell them, and they always go, "What?" And I go, "Yeah, right."
Yeah.
Now hang on.
I'm trying to think of a time we had somebody leaving that was so complimentary of the place he was leaving. Namari was
Namari
great.
just texted me. It said, "I appreciate you guys. Great working with all of you. Tell Jim I can't wait till he sees the edge on the court."
Yeah. All right. Here, take a video. Send this back to him. I don't want to see it. I can't see you, man.
The edge.
The edge.
Yeah.
That's for you, Dunaway.
That wasn't a shot at him. I mean, sometimes you can be so nice that there's got to be a little bit of.
Pardon me. I'd like to get that rebound, please.
Yeah, you got to
I'm
be
so
a little.
sorry.
You got to be a little selfish and take your shot sometimes. Sometimes I just think you got to take your shot. All right. God, I'm emotional that Namari Burnett's leaving.
Well, I mean, tomorrow you get Wendell Green.
Yeah.
Are you going to cry for Wendell?
I don't
Not as
know.
much?
We'll see how Wendell acts tomorrow.
He's got to earn it.
See if he can bring me to tears tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what would bring anybody to tears? It's a great diamond from Bromberg's when it's time to pop that question. Our friends at Bromberg's will absolutely deliver for you.
They are your diamond specialist. Again, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's. They are 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Make sure you stop by one of those 2 great locations to talk to the diamond specialist before you pop the question. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box, and Bromberg's thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler, introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris, founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch, a thing of beauty, designed according to principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. To view these incredible watches, go to the Summit location or online today, brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Developing news, and we have known this one was coming for a while from our sources, and it has been announced.
Mike Rodak, AL.com, reporting that Jaden Bradley has now entered the transfer portal. There are multiple reports, Mike among those there at AL.com. So Jaden Bradley joins Namari Burnett, who we just talked with, in the transfer portal. Now, if you're trying to keep up with this, you've got only Burnett and Bradley in the portal. You've got Miller, who will be in the draft, and Bediako and Quinley, who look like they're going to the draft, and Clowney, who's going to the draft. Now did
Clowney and Miller will stay in the draft. JQ and Bediako could come back and play college basketball somewhere.
That is right. Noah Gurley and Dom Welch. And I'll give Mike credit because you're going to need this at AL.com. He's got a chart that covers all this. Gurley and Welch have exhausted their eligibility, so they're going. So if you want to try to keep up with it, the only portal addition is Jaquan Walton out of Wichita.
That's right.
So far.
But you've got Sears, Ryland Griffin.
That is right.
Pringle will be back, right?
Uh-huh. I mean, all those guys have eligibility level.
Well, those are the only three that I know for sure that are coming back.
Yeah. In the way too early top 25 we read earlier, they referenced Bradley, Bediako, Pringle, and Griffin as returning. Bediako, of course, many people are expecting to test the NBA waters and come back to college basketball.
I would tell you this. If I'm part of that collective, Yay, Alabama, I'm paying Bediako.
Yeah.
Because I think he's that big of a glue guy, and he's going to get better and better. And I think that would be incentive for him to stay another year.
Yeah, RTD4, yes, Javon Quinterly is in the draft right now, but as in basketball, you can come back out of the draft if you choose to do so. Doesn't mean he'll go back to Alabama. Doesn't mean he'll come out of the draft, but there's always those options there. So put Jaden Bradley as the latest Alabama player to go to the portal there after we talked to Namari Burnett here on the show. You can get that podcast anywhere, and everybody comes up on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, Brownie.
Hey, Johnston RV Center, man. First of all, they're just really good people, and we love our association with them. You're going to love going up there if you're looking to see America. They've got that clean sweep RV sale going on throughout the entire month of April. What little 2022s they still have, they're trying to unload them and get rid of them. That includes at the Coleman location, the Gray Wolf 22 MKSE, just $21,926. That's only $199 a month with 10% down and approved credit. You could see all of it at JohnstonRVCenter.com or go see them in person. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately, 205-637-0143.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Back with you on The Next Round. Talk a little bit about some of you folks over in the chat room today, the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. But you guys, tell me what I've been doing during the show.
Jimmy, you eating some of them bars, man.
A couple of snack
Looks
bars.
like Phil's been eating some. He looks skinny
Wow.
and old.
Yeah,
That's Phil Mickelson?
Yeah, Phil's lost a lot of weight. He's lost so much weight. Like a lot of times people do this. Now, he's going gray in the hair. Maybe quit coloring his hair on the live. But a lot of times people will lose so much weight, it makes their face look really old.
Yeah, it's
that's
gaunt.
happened to him.
Yeah, he looks 10 years older than he did last year.
Yeah, he's lost a bunch of weight. You know, he lost some, but now he's lost it looks like 30 pounds more.
Looks like he lost his titties finally.
It really does. Has he lost muscle weight, you think, too? Or?
You know, I really couldn't tell. I haven't examined his body, and I don't see him as
inseam?
His neck looks 2 inches longer.
I don't see him as much anymore because I don't watch the live, so I really have no idea.
Well, when you pull your face up a couple of inches, your neck looks longer.
Yeah, I guess it does. He looks like a huge Van Halen fan.
That is a terrible logo.
That logo for his team, whatever they are, on the Live Tour.
I mean, honest to goodness, if you had shown me this piece of video and said Phil Mickelson has been introduced as an honorary starter at Augusta, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he looks like he's old enough to do that.
Man, hadn't seen Phil in 30 years. Look at him.
I'm glad he's welcome back.
Looks good for 60.
Yeah, he looks old. Wait till y'all see him in the turn. Now, I see the gray creeping out under the hat.
Yeah.
There's a chance he just quit coloring his hair.
It's important to lose weight in a healthy way. That's where our friends at Way to Wellness said, this was breakfast for me right here.
Right.
This was a little mid-show snack, and I'm about to have my own lunch on the way to the golf course. I have my own dinner and a couple more of these protein bars today. You can find out what your plan is. No cookie cutter plan with our friends at Way to Wellness. Just go to the website. Planforme.com, planforme.com. That's the website. People are like, I went to Way to Wellness. Couldn't find the website. Just type in this phrase, planforme.com. That'll take you to the Way to Wellness website. You can find out how Leslie and her board-certified team can help you with a variety of different methods to jumpstart your weight loss. And they have a whole, arsenal of ways they can help you. For me, it's 4 protein bars a day and a smart lunch and dinner. You can have your own plan right there. As I told you, I'm 5.3 pounds down since we got back from Louisville. So it's going good for me. It can go great for you. No cookie cutter plan. And here's the best part. Free consultation, no sign-up fees, no contract. So no out-of-pocket money. To get more details, it's planforme.com, planforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Now, Paul says, really interesting year upcoming for Alabama. Expectations need to be tempered. Meanwhile, John Borsello, ESPN.com, preseason top 25, way too early preseason top 25. Alabama projected 11th in the country, 2nd in the SEC.
I mean, you've got to assume, obviously, Nate Oates is not finished in the transfer portal. I think just
literally can't field 5 unless he does something else.
I mean, some of the players Lance listed out, I mean, you got to think Alabama's at least on many of those radar screens.
Yeah, I mean, you would hope. I mean, look, Brandon Miller was a shoe-in, but if you're an Alabama fan, you hope Quinterly, Bediako, and Clowney were all staying. And that was definitely a top 25 team. We'll see what comes in. Again, I gave you.
We didn't mention Mark Sears, did we?
No,
I did earlier.
Yeah, Lance has
Sears
before,
is back. That's important.
Or at least he's got eligibility. I'm not assuming anybody's back right now.
Right.
But he's eligible.
But Caleb Love's out there.
This is where you're
Max Abmas is out there from Oral Roberts.
This is where LT is going to repeat his starting five of a team that can win the national championship. You can't take the Alabama.
I didn't have Tyler Perry on there. LJ Cryer's out there.
Yeah.
The big Olivier, what was it? Kamwa. Yep. Kamwa's out there from.
But if what you're saying is, if you're an Alabama fan and you wake up tomorrow, Dickerson, Abmas, Cryer, Tyler Perry, Love, all say they're coming to Alabama, you're going to be like,
it's going to work.
Good luck, Namari, and everybody who left.
And I also think it's worth noting it was a top 15 signing class Nato's just signed, if I'm not mistaken, at 24/7 Sports. I mean, I'll pull it up if you want me to. You're giving me the old.
No. I'm trying to remember. I think it was one of those 2 4-star guards that are coming in. So that may be another reason why Nimari was talking about his playing time a little bit. And then the 3-star kid from Grissom is back out, pulled his commitment out.
Yes, he did.
So I think that may have slightly tweaked.
You're right. It did drop it to 17.
Yeah,
I apologize.
why.
They were 13. I think they are now 17.
Yeah.
Diobade is still there. These have signed. Diobade and Sam Walters have both signed. Those 2 bigger guys, though. Chris Parker has committed to them, also a bigger guy. It's not a guard-heavy signing class. So Natos is going to have to address guard in the portal along with Mark Sears.
Yeah, interesting there for Alabama, but tempered expectations is not what you sign up for if you're NATO. Greg Byrne just gave you a huge contract. You've committed to Alabama. Alabama's committed to you, and you're coming off a season when you were the number 1 overall seed in the NCAA tournament. You don't go back to realistic expectations. You've got to continue to fuel the fire.
Yeah, look, and talking to Alabama fans, this is one of their most disappointing seasons in Alabama basketball history, if not the most disappointing, because everything is defined by the tournament. And when you see teams like Florida Atlantic and San Diego State and Miami getting there, why can the number 1 overall seed not get there? So roster management is part of this.
That's what LT's neighbor said, talking about what you said, Brownie. They just need a guard combo and a stretch 4, and they'll be fine.
Yeah, so you got to find the old guard combo and the stretch 4, right?
Stretch 4 is what you really need.
Your guard combo could be Caleb Love easily.
Paul says Walters is a stretch 4.
Yeah. Back when we were coming up, it felt like North Carolina, Duke, Kansas were always 1 seeds, like every year. Maybe they dropped down to a 2. I just think those days are over in college basketball. I think it's going to be so hard for teams to keep that type of consistency. I guess Kansas has done it, but not many others have. Duke isn't doing it anymore. North Carolina isn't doing it anymore.
Gonzaga's done a good job with it.
Yeah, Gonzaga has, but what were they this year?
They were 3.
3?
Yeah, but this is, again, I think the worst team he's had in a decade.
Maybe so. But, if your expectation is now that Alabama has reached that lofty overall number 1, that they're going to be a 1 or 2 every year, I'm not sure how many programs, much less Alabama, are going to do that every year.
Yeah, but if I'm an Alabama fan, I'm disappointed if, next year, at least not Sweet 16. And maybe that's unrealistic. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you. I would want to be at least a Sweet 16 there. Even if I'm not a 1 seed, if I'm a 5 seed. I just saw a 5 seed play a 4 seed for the national championship. Am I mistaken about that? Was that a 5v, a 4?
Yeah, it was almost a 8 seed or a 9 seed.
Yeah, so, at this point, what does it matter? San Diego State has just shown me if I'm a 5, I can make the championship game. UConn has shown me if I'm a 4, I can make it and be dominant in doing so. Nobody can be within 20 points of me, and I can play for the national championship.
LT's neighbor likes Rylan Griffin, Alad Ruffum 15. Bradley Hitting the Porter tells me that more than likely they expect Quinterly to come back, or they have other. I think what Namari showed us in that interview, and you can go back and watch it wherever we're podcasted or listen to, wherever you get your Next Round podcast, is that Namari had a very open conversation with Nate Oates about what he was trying or who he was bringing in, and Namari thought he had better playing time, meaningful playing time in what he didn't want to call a rebuild, but a program that's on the rise at Michigan with Jawan Howard. That from Namari Burnett a little bit earlier. A couple other basketball notes right after LT tells us about our friends at Hemphill, who will help him send out the lock later today.
Our friends at Hemphill want to remind you the weather is changing. Again, talking to these guys earlier, it's going to be in the 80s, and then it's going to dip back down. So you need to make sure that HVAC unit is up and ready to roll. And our friends at Hemphill, they've got a great deal. Actually, I'm going to pull the new deal that I just found out about here.
New deal, breaking deal from our friends at Hemphill. This is developing.
$69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the Next Round. Call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemphill Services. Hard to stop a train. Call now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
The Big East, easily the best conference this year?
No.
I wouldn't say easily. I think the Big 12 probably. You're saying because of postseason, I can't consider the Big 12 the best conference, is what you're telling me?
I'm just asking. It was the Big East. Big 12 was really, really good.
I mean, Marquette got bounced pretty quickly.
UConn.
Creighton made a little run.
Xavier made a run.
8.
Yeah, I still think the Big 12 is the
Yeah,
best
I'm still going to go Big 12. I mean,
if we did a Big 12 Big East challenge, I would feel good about the Big 12.
was the Big East the best tournament in the NCAA, best conference in the NCAA tournament? Yeah, they were. But all year long, I would say the Big 12.
I mean,
but what I'm learning is that doesn't really matter.
UConn was 17-0 outside the Big East.
They were.
All their losses came in the Big East.
Yeah, that is true. And they were, 17-0, all by double digits.
Yeah. Including a win over number 1 seed Alabama.
Now, they are obviously the best team in basketball.
I think that is 100% obvious right now. But I do want to point out that when you start comparing, if you want to go top to bottom, the Big East, down at the bottom, still had 2-18 Georgetown, 3-17 DePaul, 6-14 Butler, 7-13 St. John's, 10-10 Seton Hall, 10-10 Villanova. So that top part, Marquette, Xavier, Creighton, UConn, Providence, really good. Beyond that, I think the Big 12 walks a lot of those teams off the floor.
But at the top.
At the top, it was really good.
Really good. The other is, where do you rank this NCAA tournament? How do you judge this? Because UConn won all games by 13 or more points. Was it a good tournament for you?
It's a tough question just because they were so dominant.
Hi, I'm Jim. I asked the tough questions.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying if they would have slipped by a lot and ultimately won this championship in a fun championship game, I mean, UConn just made this tournament not that fun.
Yeah, I did not particularly enjoy this tournament, no.
I mean, a lot of people enjoy the tournament if you're having fun in your bracket, and it's like, if Miami can somehow beat UConn, then I'm going to win my bracket challenge. It wasn't any of that. Everybody was wiped out.
They were. It felt like the greatest moments of this tournament were Furman beating Virginia and Fairleigh Dickinson beating Purdue, which often happens. I mean, the first day of the tournament or the first 2 days of the tournament often give you the biggest wow moments of the tournament, and then you just get good games after that. I don't know how many great games we got after that.
Let's make this another Bud Light poll question. Our great friends at Bud Light, Taylor. How would you grade this tournament? A, B, C, D/F?
And personally, I think I would go with C because I think there was a lot of parity, and I think it was interesting teams like Florida Atlantic. But, I mean, for all of the 1s and 2s to be completely wiped by the Elite Eight.
But you have to think that if you're a fan of teams like UAB, Florida Atlantic, teams in the Conference USA, or smaller one-bed leagues, you love the fact that one of yours was in the Final Four.
Yeah.
So you probably loved this tournament, right?
Yeah. No, I would agree completely with that. Now, I will say this, too. Personally, this is very, very personal, but a lot of people in our audience experience this. That Saturday night at Legacy Arena was pretty special. To have Alabama and Auburn.
Yeah.
And 2 1 seeds, Houston and Alabama, but Alabama and Auburn both playing to move on.
It seems like a long time ago, but what a special 4 days in our town. It
was phenomenal. I mean, that first day was really good, but that second night where you have both teams playing to go to the Sweet 16 was a very special night. That's a night I'll always remember, but that's really personal about the tournament, right?
But for me, I mean, I think life is personal, Brown. For me, I'm going to give the tournament.
Make that a T-shirt, Rockstar.
I'm going to give the tournament a B because I mean, Alabama was a Sweet 16 team. Auburn made the tournament, won a game, had Houston by 10. The sellouts at the Legacy Arena. We got to go up to Yum Center in Louisville. That was a good trip up there.
I like those shays.
San Diego State and Florida Atlantic made runs. We had some of the buzzer beaters. We had one to get to the national championship game, one of the rare Final Four moments where it all changes with the ball in the air and clock has zeroed.
That was the first.
Yeah. So there were a lot of great moments other than the championship game in this tournament. I'm going to give it a B. You can go vote in our Bud Light poll question right there at Next Round Live on Twitter. Make sure that you end up liking, following us right there on Twitter as well, and on Instagram at Next Round. When we come back, our buddy Connor O'Gara cracks the code on one of the biggest asked football questions after last season's national championship game. We'll get to that coming up when we come back on TNR.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Back with you on the Next Round of cut number 7, guys. We're going to get to this Connor O'Gara Saturday Down South interview with someone. I'm glad someone has the guts to say what is about to be said. It's brought to you by our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag to get you. Can you bet the Masters?
I can't 100% answer that, but I will go check.
No,
I mean,
you'll be able to do.
I know you can, but I assume you can at mybookie.ag.
Yeah.
You haven't gone and looked. You can go look.
I'm almost positive what you'll be able to do is you can do outright winner right now, and then match play will start tomorrow.
So some heads to head,
which I love playing. So I'll be giving out some of those.
Will you?
Next couple of days.
Interesting. I like the head to heads.
Golf right now. Oh, Brownie. Yes.
Oh, Jimmy.
Yeah. U.S. Masters to win it. A little guy I like to call Scotty. I'm going to call him Scotty because we're friends. Scotty Scheffler.
Oh, Scotty Scheffler. It's hard to go back to back at Augusta. It does not happen very often.
Little John Rahm, Rory McIlroy, Jordan Spieth, Patrick Cantlay.
Those are names that are all available right there at mybookie.ag. Code next round when you go there for that sign-on bonus up to $2,000. Sign-on bonus up to $2,000 when you use code next round at mybookie.ag. Now, here's the thing. A lot of places are going to give you a sign-on bonus. We're not pretending they're not, right? But what they're going to want you to do, and sometimes it's in the fine print and you don't even realize this, is you got to play it 5 times, 6 times, 8 times, 10 times before it becomes yours. Not mybookie.ag, my man. No strings attached. You deposit that sign-on bonus, or they deposit for you up to $2,000. When you use code next round, play it once. It is yours and yours forever. That's at mybookie.ag. The golf, the Major League Baseball, the NBA, UFC fights, weekly blackjack tournaments, right there at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. mybookie.ag, code next round.
Next round at mybookie.ag.
That is right.
If I said, Brown, you were going to bet on any golfer to be the first round leader, you can do that too at mybookie.ag. Just first round leader, who traditionally wins the first round and sometimes doesn't win the tournament.
It used to be Charlie Hoffman. He used to be such a good player.
He was good.
Yeah, Charlie Hoffman used to always lead the first round. If you made me bet on a first-round leader, and I actually was going to play the first round at DraftKings. I've got an overall tournament entry at DraftKings. I was going to play the first round. Lance has got one over there. He's a good call. I would go Cam Smith. My first-round leader would be Cam Smith.
Rory McIlroy, your betting favorite
to be the first-round leader?
First-round leader, yeah.
Normally, Roy, who I like to win this week, is better when all the pressure's off at Augusta. That's when he plays his best rounds.
Yeah. Which would be tomorrow.
No, all the pressure's not off on the first round. I'm saying normally Roy plays his way out of it and then shoots like 66 on the on
He's a guy that if
loses by a shot.
If you only play the final round at DraftKings, you'd like to play him when he's out of it.
Yeah.
Connor O'Gara is our friend at Saturday Down South, comes on the show a ton. And remember last year when Georgia, after they won the national championship, the media didn't believe in us. They projected us to go 7-5. Y'all remember that, right?
I do, yes.
And we thought it was ridiculous.
We were trying to figure out who it was. Well, Connor O'Gara finally figured out who the media was that projected Georgia to go 7-5. Here's his conversation with Georgia great Nolan Smith.
You know that nobody said that you guys were going 7-5 last year, right?
Yes, yeah. You know, you got to create their own narrative, man. Sometimes, you know, you got to put the chip on your own shoulder. But we did have a humongous target on our back, as we saw in the Missouri game.
That's very true. Very true. But I just needed that to be known of, like, we're not that dumb. We're dumb. We're not that dumb.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you got to juice it up for the guy, especially when you're old man last year. I just wanted everybody to know. I said it the whole summer. They're going to think we're going 7-5, guys. They ain't even thinking about a 2P. So
you made that entire thing up. You just picked that out of the air. You're like, all right, I'm just going to throw 7-5. That sounds disrespectful enough.
Yeah, 7-5 is like disrespectful enough. And that's what like Coach Smart did. I think not to disrespect any of the other teams, but I think Coach Smart went like 8-4, like his first year. So I was like, yeah, 7-5 though sounds better. And it sounds better off the tongue. 7-5. You can
exactly
whisper.
Right.
75. They say we're going 75, guys.
So
actually 8-5 his first year, but if he would have gone 9-3, that would have been disrespectful.
Yeah. So Nolan Smith is the one that kept saying they're projecting us 7-5.
Who's doing it, Nolan?
They're doing it. Who's they? They are doing it 7-5, guys. Do not take it. Hey, and it worked. And I don't know if you noticed this about LSU women. They too afterwards they were like, nobody respected us all year long. They didn't think we would do it. Well, you only lost 2 games. I don't know when there was ever a time to write down any bad stuff. So this is what we're going to do now. We're just going to, man, we don't have a chance, man. They're all out to get us.
That's what
they're
they
all
say
out to get
Jordan
us.
was the best at, is creating his own, like, internal dialogue or whatever, controversy. Like, Michael Jordan, the best of all time, that somebody doubted him.
And,
right?
and the ratings on that Jordan documentary were tremendous, helped out by the pandemic. Do you think this generation of athlete, that's where they're getting it from? They watched the Jordan documentary and said, man, this guy fabricated reasons to get upset. I'm going to do it too.
Yeah, well, look, you can fabricate reasons and then you can go over the top. I mean, again, 7-5.
Yeah.
It's not even believable.
I don't think any of Nolan's teammates believe that. Yeah. Apparently some did because they were saying it after the game.
But no, I think it's good to get an edge like that.
Yeah.
That's right. 7-5. Rockstar, they think we're going to go 7-5.
Everybody doubted us all year. Yeah. Everybody. And look at us now. Yeah. We got to do this again next year and say these same people are going to doubt us.
It's happened again.
I'm saying now, as a part of the media, Georgia is not winning a game next year. They're not going to win one game.
It's happened again. They've doubted us again.
Rockstar said it right there.
Once again, I've ordered too many mattresses.
Yeah. Parnell's.
Parnell's furniture.
They've got to go, don't they, Brownie? They've got to go. All right. When we come back, a last thought today. And there's a new music festival that's coming. Could I interest you, Brown, in tickets to Kelsey Jam?
You're gonna have to tell me, is this Kelsey Ballerini? You probably need to look to your left.
No,
it is not Kelsey. It's not Kelsey Ballerini.
This is
yeah.
Okay, I'll need to hear about this.
I'll tell you who Kelsey Jam is and who's the artist. All coming up in our final segment right here on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The USFL champs are back in Birmingham to defend their title.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Ticket prices start at just $10 for the 2023 season. The Stallions kick it all off on April 15th as Coach Skip Holtz, Jamar Smith, Scooby Wright, and the Stallions look to run it back at Protective Stadium. Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Boy, the conversation has gotten dark in here.
I mean, and Dunaway just kept going, too. I was like, okay, Jim, it was a joke the first time.
Did Stevie Nicks cancel?
Yes.
Okay, well, why don't y'all just do the show?
I'm emailing right now because
I swear to you, your girl could do it just better than Stevie Nicks was going to do it.
And I'm sure there'd be no upset fans that actual Stevie Nicks.
But don't you agree with me? She could do better than Stevie.
Well, Stevie's like 69, 70 years old.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, she would sing better than Stevie, 100%. She already does.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if they wanted to hear a better show, they would go see your girl.
But it's the same as I've got to see Stevie Nicks. I've got to see Bob Dylan.
I know.
Yeah, so Stevie Nicks has canceled, according to Bob over there in the chat room.
I bet. You know what I bet? I bet they heard about your show.
Yeah,
and
that's
she
what
was
I'm-
like, I am
That's
not
what
following
we've been
them.
saying. Yeah, like that. I can't repeat
You
that.
think I'm going to do Birmingham now?
Would you guys take a fourth of her ticket sales and do it?
Oh yeah, I'd take 19th of them.
Where was she playing?
It was the BJCC, wasn't it?
The Legacy Arena?
I
You
don't know if
played
it was
the
the-
BJCC.
Yeah, Bethany and Layton were hitting me up for tickets last night, and I reached out to Steve at ATEX, and he told me to hold off and wait till almost tip time.
Now you see why.
Good job.
Yeah.
So when was it? Tonight?
Tonight. No,
She
tomorrow
can't-
night. I think it's Wednesday night.
Yes, tomorrow night.
Because you can't cancel same day, right?
Well, if you're sick, you're sick.
Oh no, Elton John canceled on me same day.
Oh yeah, yeah. Lance, you were so fired up about that show
I
too. I'll
was.
never. And I somehow was the one that got the alert that Elton John had canceled, and I broke the news to Lance.
Yeah, on the air.
And Lance was so
I
disappointed.
finally got to see him though.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
NASCAR is something to see as well over at Talladega. Get a chance to go see them coming up later in April. They'll not cancel.
They'll never cancel
They'll
on
never
you, no,
cancel
no way.
on you.
877
They won't get canceled either.
877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It all starts Friday, April 21, with that big one on the Boulevard, the huge party there. Doubleheader race on Saturday, plus Cole Swindell in the infield. And then Sunday, April 23rd, it caps off the Geico 500 there at Talladega. Don't forget to enhance your race weekend by adding the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. You can see all of that at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Lunsford back row, microphone please. Are you telling me she canceled multiple shows here in a row?
Yeah, she canceled 3 tomorrow on April 11th at Smoothie King Center in New Orleans, and then one wherever the Thunder play in Oklahoma City. And then she had one at Jerry World the 8th, whenever that is, I guess later this week, but with somebody else, but she rescheduled it. With Billy Joel, but she rescheduled it.
So is there a chance that she got sick because of ticket sales?
I don't know. It says ongoing illness within the band. That sounds like COVID to me.
Yeah, it does.
She could be tired.
I hope everybody is okay. Justin Eboigbe, Alabama player, with a tweet that makes Alabama fans really happy from yesterday. He sends this out. 100% healed and cleared with the praying emoji there. So Justin hoping to come back on that D line and help out Alabama a little bit there. That's good news in college football there. And then we get ready for the Masters, which starts on Thursday. Brownie gave you some tee times. Par 3 is today.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. They go on Wednesday, the Par 3 tournament.
Right. Yep.
More practice rounds happening today. Did you see in the new CBA, the in-season tournament is going to start next year for the NBA? The winning team will get $500,000 per person on the team. That's enough juice to get you interested, right?
I mean, if you're making $50 million a year, I mean, for some, yeah.
Just an extra $500,000 to throw away?
Or donate to charity. I mean, you could look really good and get a tax write-off if you said, my $500,000's going to, X charity.
Around the NFL draft at the amphitheater in the suburbs of Kansas City, Travis Kelce will hold the first ever Kelce Jam.
Probably the last.
Machine Gun Kelly.
Gross.
Rick Ross.
Nope.
DJ Duo Loud Luxury, and Kansas City's own T9. Tech 9.
If it were in my backyard, I'd put my house on the market.
Top of the hour. End of the show. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.